Good morning, everyone. So welcome, ladies, welcome everyone to our Fearless Women's Summit for May. These are our world summits, and we connect women from right around the world. That's what we do with One Woman. One Woman is a women's empowerment organization. We're one of the largest women's empowerment organizations in the world, connecting about 500,000 women globally. We are very well known for our Fearless Women's Summits, creating a platform for women to share their fearless stories and to be able to shine and share their gifts with others. Because what we know for sure is that when a woman shares her fearless story, is that she gives another woman permission to do the same. Yes, oh my gosh, how many women who've sat in the audiences of Fearless Women's Summits, and then shortly afterwards took the stage with their own fearless stories. It's so empowering to see. But we do work right around the world, empowering women to be able to use their gifts in this world, because what we know is that every woman has a dream. And when she realizes that dream, that when she lives that dream, that she has more joy in her life, more abundance in her life, and more financial independence in her life. You know, really what we work to do is to be able to help women to achieve financial freedom everywhere in the world by doing what they love. And so that's a lot of the work that we do, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it. So my name is Charlotte Brown. I'm the founder of One Woman, and I truly believe that one woman can change the world, and I believe that that woman is you. So wherever you are and whatever it is that it calls on your heart to make a difference, to make an impact, we all have that ability to do that. And we can do that so much better and so much easier when we do it together. And that's why we're so passionate about creating an organization that really brings women together for the greater good of all women in this world. One Woman began in the Amazon rainforest of all places. Back in 2015, I found myself working with a partner, or what became a partner charity, to be able to empower women in the Amazon rainforest. And I'll be honest, when I arrived there, I just wanted to help and do good. I didn't know what the project that we were working on. I just assumed it might be a school or a clinic or digging a well. But when I got there, I found out that we were building a women's empowerment center. And oh boy, did they have my attention, because I'd been empowering women my whole life. You know, that not as a business, not as a social enterprise, but just because that's what I was passionate about. And that's what I've really learned, is that when we follow our passion and purpose, we really find out, you know, who we're called to be on this earth. So I was working with these ladies and these girls for 12 days. And as you can see, we were thatching some palm fronds, creating a roof. And I really got to know these women, and, you know, just realizing that there's so many women out there who is struggling, and that, you know, even though I'm not necessarily connected to them daily in North America, you know, where I live in Canada, is that, you know, every woman has a dream for her life, and she just wants a little better life for herself, for her family, and her community around her. And that every woman has that dream for her life, is that we all want to have more freedom in our life, to be able to live our dreams and do what we want to do, to be able to send our own children to school, and to be able to live the life that we imagine. And so I really had a heavy heart as I was leaving, because I worked full time for the Canadian federal government. I'd always been an entrepreneur, but, you know, I was really had God calling on my heart to do more, and that I had the gifts to be able to bring women together and to really create a platform for women to be able to empower themselves. And so that's what One Woman does, is creates a platform for women to be able to empower themselves in every way, shape, or form that they want to do that. And so, you know, that's where I was really inspired for the ideas, you know, building this Women's Empowerment Center and just listening to the goals and dreams of these women, and also, of course, from their girls. And how we do this is, you know, we help women start businesses, or to be able to build and grow their businesses in the world. We help women gain employment skills, or build their personal and professional skills to be able to build and grow their businesses, or to be able to advance in their careers. And of course, we help girls have access to education. We know there's over 130 million girls that do not get to see the inside of a classroom, that even in 2021, there's so many girls that do not get to go to school. And so we work with partner charities to be able to empower women in developing countries, and also to be able to send girls to school in developing countries. But of course, we also work in developed countries, you know, to really be able to encourage and inspire and to be able to create a platform for women to build and grow their successful businesses, to be able to network and connect with others, you know, to be able to collaborate with each other. And it's just so beautiful to watch that in only, you know, not many, a few short years that, you know, we've existed, that we now connect about 500,000 women right around the world. So it's been a wonderful journey, and I want to thank everybody who's a part of today, whether you're watching from somewhere in the world, whether you've attended a live event, whether you've done something online with us, or whether you're speaking, you know, or have spoken before on a fearless stage. You know, we can't do this work without you. And of course, together we are stronger. So, you know, one woman can change the world. And, you know, today is all about really discovering the gifts you've been given. You know, what are you passionate about? What excites you? What makes you want to jump out of bed every day and, you know, be able to give this gift to the world? You're going to hear the stories of so many women today who are living fearlessly and everything that they've overcome to do that, and what they're doing, what they're passionate about, and how they're serving others, and how you can get involved. You know, a lot of what one woman does is just connecting women, and you find your people right around the world. You know, it's amazing. We've done events in Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Ireland, all across the United States and Canada. And it's just amazing to watch women who fly around the world, who speak on our fearless stages, and of course, the networking and connections that happen. And especially online, you know, the pandemic, I think, has been a challenge for all of us. But what's been so beautiful is that we have no borders or boundaries on Zoom. You know, we have women, as long as you have an internet connection, that you can join us anywhere. And that's been the beautiful part of doing our World Summits, is that we've had women who've joined us from right around the world. So again, if you're just joining us, feel free to type in the chat, you know, where you're joining us from today, so we can definitely welcome you. And I encourage everybody to use the chat today. If you have questions for our speakers, you know, you can throw them in the chat. They're going to put some great links where you can connect with them even after today. And so definitely do some networking and connecting. But these are some of the women that, you know, I've had the pleasure to work with over the last 5 years, you know, since I've started One Woman. And, you know, some of the women who've taught me the greatest lessons of my life, lessons in leadership, lessons in perspective, lessons in, you know, what's important to women right around the world. And so, yeah, I treasure all these images of, you know, some of the women and girls that I've been blessed to meet. And of course, you know, these are women in a lot of the developing countries that we've worked in. I have thousands of pictures from definitely our Fearless Women Summits from around the world as well. So how do you get involved? Well, a lot of women who are on here are One Woman members, and that's what we use to be able to support all the projects that we work around the world. You know, how do you operate? How do you do the work that you do in this world? Well, you know, how we do it is through our memberships, and it's a monthly contribution that allows us to help women in developing countries start businesses so that they can break the cycle of poverty for themselves, for their family, for entire communities, and even entire countries. We know that when you invest in a woman, that you're not just investing in her. No, you're investing in her children, in her family, in her community around her. And so that's how we really make an impact and a difference in the world. It's not the fact of, you know, just giving somebody, you know, a suitcase of toothbrushes and saying, you know, good luck with that. It's really helping women to be able to help themselves, you know, helping women start businesses or gain employment skills. You know, we all know that saying, you know, you give somebody a fish, you feed them for a day, but you teach someone to fish and you feed them for a lifetime. And so that's what we really focus on, is those empowerment activities. And of course, like I said, you know, education is the ultimate equalizer in this world. That when you can educate a girl, you can break that cycle. And so that's what we're really passionate about doing. So I'll post the link in the comments after I'm done my talk in terms of how you can be a member. We have a couple different memberships. One is our Inspired membership, which is, you know, $20 a month. And, you know, it's just helping to support the work that we do. You get updates every month of the, you know, women and girls that you're helping to empower in this world. And we actually do empowerment trips. Of course, we haven't been able to do any this year, but normally we go to the countries like Rwanda, Rwanda and Kenya and Uganda and Indonesia, where we partner with charities so that you can meet these women and girls yourself as well. So we're hoping to pick those up next year, and so you can join us as well. But we also have our new Empowered membership, which is geared, this is something new that we launched to really help women in business. Because what I've learned is definitely this past years, women have really struggled to get what they're doing out there in the world. They don't know how to market. They don't know how to reach their target market. And we do have a large network. Like I said, we connect about 500,000 women globally. So we help you with that, to really learn all those skills and tools to be successful in your business. And so we also have that membership option as well. It's a little bit more. You get your first 3 months for $39 to try it out. But I'll post the link and you can check it all out. And we always have info sessions just about our memberships so that you can learn more. But that is how we do our work in the world, and how we're able to help and serve so many women and girls. One Woman Connected. This is something I wanted to talk to you about today because it's a new page we created this year, which is just a way to be able to keep connected, every single day. And we know that, it can be a lonely world out there, whether you're an entrepreneur trying to build a successful business or meet like-minded women in this world, it's a great way to be able to connect. So that page is completely free to join. I'm going to put the link to it. And it's a great way to also learn about all the things that's coming up. So every week we have workshops and webinars online. We have events that's going on and different things that our members are offering that we post on that page and they post on that page so that you can get involved and meet all kinds of great people. So I will post that as well shortly so you can stay connected. And of course, our next One Woman World Summit. So that's coming up on Sunday, July the 18th. We'll have another lineup of fantastic speakers for that day. The event is filled for speakers, but if you're interested in speaking at an upcoming event, you can apply through our speakers application, and I'll post the link for that as well. So if you're wanting to share your fearless story and to be able to inspire others through your story and the gifts that you want to share with others, we would love to have you share. So we have events that's going to be coming up in Canada and the USA. Now that things are starting to turn around with the pandemic, we're really hoping to be back on tour this fall, doing events across Canada and the USA, and of course into 2022. That's what we do, is we tour around the world. And but we'll continue with our online summits as well. So we're going to do one in September, which does have speaking spaces. So whether you're wanting to speak at a live event or you're wanting to speak at an online event, I'll post the application and you'll see what's available to apply for. Last thing I wanted to talk about is our Millionaire Mastermind, which is our 100 Most Powerful Women program. This is a program that Jackie Somerville and I have co-founded together. You're going to hear from Jackie later this morning, where we're working with 100 women this year to look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and make millions of dollars doing what you love. And that's the thing, is that, by traveling around the world and speaking with thousands of women who've attended Fearless events and, been a part of what we do, is that we learned that women have really powerful gifts. They have these gifts to share with others in the world, but they struggle to monetize those and to be able to do those at the full capacity that they want to do that. And so we're committed to mentoring 100 women this year to build $1 million businesses that, or at whatever financial amount that you want to create in your business. Maybe that's a multi-million-dollar business. Maybe that's $250,000 a year. It's really your goals that we're working with you with, but it's the fact that you can achieve any level of success that you want to. And, Jackie's going to talk about, why money matters and how, money has definitely gotten a bad rap, but it is energy. And what I really realized is that when I'm successful and I can generate that I can help and do more in this world. I can choose to make a little bit of an impact, or I can choose to make a lot of an impact. And that's the thing, is we all have the ability to do that. And that money is just energy at the end of the day. And it allows us to be able to do more, give more, and just to amplify who we already are. So that mastermind is on Friday, May 28th. It's free to attend. Like I said, we are wrapping up our 100 ladies that we're going to mentor this year. So if you're interested in being a part of that, it's a great way to meet some great women, and also a great way to be able to share, some of the struggles that you have, and that Jackie and I will help you walk through those struggles. You'll definitely leave with a different perspective, that's for sure. So I'll post the link to the comments so that if you'd like to have a seat in the May 28th event, we keep them small. So make sure you sign up early if you want one of those seats. But like I said, Jackie will definitely inspire you later this morning with, why it's important as to what we do with 100 Most Powerful Women. So that's everything that I wanted to talk about today. And I'm going to turn things over to our first amazing speaker for today, which is Louise. So Louise, would you like to turn on your camera and your sound?
We go.
There she is. How are you today, Louise?
Good morning. I am awesome. This is wonderful. Good morning, everybody from all over the world. What an amazing event that you've created here, Charlotte. And
oh, thanks, Louise. You spoke on so many Fearless stages, including our UK event. I think you came to the Edinburgh event, and your home is in British Columbia.
That's right, BC.
Yeah,
yes,
awesome.
yes.
Well, I'm going to introduce you, Louise, and then you can take it away. And while I'm introducing you, if you want to put your slides up, you're more than welcome to do that. So Louise is dedicated to helping her clients connect with their spirit and their soul so that they can experience expanded states of awareness, intuition, clarity, creativity, and manifesting momentum in all areas of their lives and business. Louise works with her clients in the realms of present life, past life, and ancestral healing and exploration, and in journeying through the dream time. Louise facilitates transformative coaching and mentorship programs and in-person workshops and retreats at Willow Retreat, a beautiful, remote, and peaceful haven in the heart of Heiltsuk traditional territory in British Columbia, Canada. So please welcome our first amazing speaker for today, Louise Wilson.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlotte, for the introduction, and welcome to everybody. It's so wonderful to be here. As you know, I'm Louise Wilson. I am a mystic healer, entrepreneur, and dream coach, and I'm thrilled to be here today to share with you my fearless story. I think it's wonderful when we hear each other's stories, and hopefully that my story inspires you. Because at the end of the day, I wasn't always fearless. I was full of fear in my life. I was afraid of everything. And it wasn't until I was in sort of my early 30s, I was 33, when the big event happened for me. It was an unwanted awakening. I wasn't looking to be woke. I was kind of, stumbling through life. I was living a very much a passive existence. I didn't believe in myself, and I definitely wasn't stretching myself to my full potential. And I just moved to Amsterdam with my husband, my first husband, and within months, we'd separated. The cracks were there in the marriage before, and I knew deep within me that, that this wasn't working. And I think that move to Amsterdam, it just blew the doors open for a change. And, it was clear to me that for some time that I needed to do something about it, but events happened where I was kind of forced into this situation, and I ended up leaving the marriage. And it was a very, very, very difficult and dark time. It was sort of 18 months, I would say, of a lot of uncertainty, confusion. Did I do the right thing? Even though inside of me I knew, and I'm not sure, if there's anybody here that can relate to this, whether it's in a relationship or any area of your life, a job or whatever it is, there's something deep inside of you that knows that there's something more for you. But it's so hard, to take the leap, to start that business or to write that book or to go for that promotion, because we hold, the only people that hold ourselves back are ourselves. And so for me, I was pushed into this situation. It was, it was a nudge, but I had a dirty great push. And there wasn't a day that didn't go by for 18 months where I was questioning, did I do the right thing? Should we, my husband wanted to try and get the marriage to work, and I went through this daily, will we, won't we, hourly, by the minute sometimes, get back together again, because I had a lot of confusion. And the one thing about confusion is it drains your life force energy when you're spending all of your time wondering and questioning, am I doing the right thing? It just becomes very confusing. And for me, I found myself at this massive crossroads, where I had an opportunity to go back or I could move forwards. But the problem was, in moving forwards, I didn't know what was on the other side of it. I knew that there was other life out there for me, but I didn't know what it would look like. I had a sense that I'd be happy and it was the right thing to do. And, it's difficult to choose, right? And at one point I remember thinking, why can't I just live two lives? Because I know what this one life is going to give me. I know it's not ideal, but it's certainty, and I did love my husband. So the challenge for me back then was I didn't have the tools available to me that would give me that certainty, that would give me that clarity, that would tell me that I was on track. And here's the thing, there is a power within each of us, an intuition, a knowing, where we, if you're feeling pulled to go for a promotion, even this weekend, if you're thinking of putting a CV in and you've been thinking, oh no, I shouldn't, do it, because something inside of you is nudging you. And I think here's the thing, the more we listen to those intuitive prompts, the more we lean in and listen, we follow the signs and synchronicities. Those signs and synchronicities are stepping stones to your future. And that's what happened for me, way back 25 years ago in Amsterdam, when I left my husband. Tiny ad I saw in this paper, tiny. And I put in my CV, and it was for Greenpeace International. And it was a secretarial position that I went for. And I just needed to move from what I was doing. And I didn't hear anything for months. And then I got this position at Michael Page, which was a financial recruitment consultancy. And I ended up recruiting, these CEOs first, chief financial officers for businesses. And I was interviewing accountants. And then when Greenpeace International phoned me out of the blue, said, we've got your CV, but you were overqualified for that position. But we have a finance manager position that we think, fits your capabilities. Will you come in and talk to us? We don't have a job description yet. And here's the thing, if I hadn't have done that job at Michael Page, where I was interviewing chief financial officers, I was interviewing accountants, I just would never have even gone in for an interview. Oh no, that couldn't possibly be me. And yet I was doing financial management, when I was in the UK, but I didn't recognize it. I didn't recognize my abilities and my qualities. So I went for that interview, I got the job. And my life really started to kind of change very dramatically and very quickly. And so what I wanted to share with you today was that, I'm just checking my time here. Okay, sorry, I think I've, can you still see the screen? I've jumped ahead. But, I had another wake-up call where I'd been on a series of adventures. I actually went on holiday to Canada. I met my husband in a coffee shop. He came to visit me in Amsterdam, and I'd only known him a matter of weeks. And I woke up one morning and I just knew. It was another one of those nudges. And it was like, Louise, little voice, you need to quit your job and you need to move to Canada. And here's the thing about sleep. When we're asleep, we're sort of in that theta state, and we have access to those other states and other realms of consciousness and awareness. And alpha is that wakeful, restful state. And I'd just woken up, and it was a download. And I acted upon it, and I quit my job. I didn't talk to people. I'd come to a point now where I was listening to my intuition and just taking action as things came up for me. And the journey's been magical. There's been challenges, absolutely. I've been living in Canada for 20 years now, but my journey's made me who I am today. So I wanted to share with you some of the tools that I didn't have 25 years ago, tools that I use daily and nightly, and tools that I share with my clients to help them tap into that intuition, to be able to listen to those nudges and to know with certainty and clarity, yes, this is the right decision to do, because I don't want that for you. And I don't want that for my clients, to spend 18 months of like, oh my Lord, did I do the right thing? Instead of just being really centered and grounded, knowing that you're on track and you're doing what you need to do, you're following your path, because there is this guidance system within us that's leading us. And so what I wanted to share with you today, one of the tools that I use with my clients, we work in the dream time. And so I work intentionally with my dreams. Dreams are incredibly powerful. We can get these amazing downloads. And here's the thing, once you start to work with your dreams, there are messages in them, and you can actually solve any problem or challenge in your life and business. Because here's the thing, every night your head hits the pillow, you have access to your very own master coach and guru, and you can ask any question and get the answers you're looking for. I work with my dreams nightly, and I teach my clients how to sharpen this sixth sense, how they can harness the power of their spirit, their intuition, subconscious in their lives. You know, and many can dismiss their dreams and think, I mean, how many times have you said, oh my goodness, I had such a wild and crazy dream last night? Or people think, oh, it's just random, you know, it's so random. But nothing could be further from the truth, because our dreams are powerful and there are always messages buried within. The question is, are you listening? And what do you actually believe? I'm a mystic. You know, I work in the dream time. I teach my clients how to work with their dreams. I see our dreams as a powerful opportunity to connect with our spirit. You know, we have a spirit, it lives within us, and it travels nightly. You know, we astral travel. Everybody does it. You know, it's nothing to be afraid of. And when you wake up with a start, it's because you've had a crash landing. Your spirit's come back into your body without you. You know, it's just been a bit of a clumsy landing. But what I want to say here is that we all dream, we all do it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, if I was a psychoanalyst, if I was Carl Jung, for example, I would sort of talk about dreams through the lens of we're actually connecting with our subconscious or our unconscious. Jung talks about the dreams offering this powerful bridge between the conscious and the unconscious, revealing the unconscious wisdom of the individual. He says the dream is the small hidden door in the deeper, most intimate sanctum of the soul. And so, you know, and then you have Edgar Cayce. Maybe you've heard of him, the sleeping prophet. He was a mystic and clairvoyant, and he talked about dreams being the answers to tomorrow's questions. And this is the power we have within us. We can tap into this power every single night. The ancient Egyptians knew this. They created dream temples where they had rituals for dream incubation so that they could actually program their dreams, get messages that they needed. So whatever you choose to believe, whether you choose it's your spirit, your subconscious, your unconscious, your intuition, there is a power within you that's speaking to you, and your dreams are there to powerfully guide you every single night. And Einstein, he had the law of relativity come to him in a dream. Edison, he was always napping and such a prolific inventor. He invented the light bulb. James Cameron, maybe you've seen the film The Terminator. It came into him in a dream. If he hadn't have done anything, if he hadn't have acted on that, he wouldn't have made that film and, you know, become a really famous film director, right? Paul McCartney, the lyrics to Yesterday, or the music came to him in a dream. And Elias Howe, he invented the sewing machine. And this is the thing, we all have access to this. We might look at them and think, oh my goodness, they're so amazing, these geniuses, but we all can download this information. We can access it. I use it nightly. I use it to support me in my business. You know, if I'm working on a program and I'm trying to figure something out, I'll program my dreams. So this is what I'm going to talk to you about now in this program. I had hoped in the time that I would have to be able to go more into the interpretation of your dreams. I don't think we'll have time to do that today, but I want to share with you 3 simple steps that you can use to start to work with your dreams every night, to begin that intentional conversation so that you can solve any problem or challenge. It takes practice, but as you start to implement these 3 steps, you're going to start to get the answers. Now, as I said, I probably won't have time to go into the interpretation piece of this, but I do have a free PDF, and I will share the link at the end of this presentation, that you can go to my website and download, and it walks you through these steps, and it also gives you the process to help you actually start to interpret your dreams. So the first step, get clear. What problem do you want to solve? The more specific, the better. Because here's the thing, we're dreaming every night, we're getting these messages. So why not ask a question? Instead of feeling like it's so random, why not ask a specific question and get that answer? And it's so much easier to interpret a dream when you've asked a question, because you know that dream is actually answering your question. So be specific with your questions. I've actually, you know, I'm a businesswoman. I've transitioned my coaching practice online. I've even asked questions about my Facebook ad strategy campaign in my dreams, how to structure programs. I've asked that in my dreams. So the more specific you are, the better. And it's really good to use how questions, because why is always stuck in the problem, but how, it's a lot more forward thinking. So have a journal by your bed, a flashlight. I use my phone because I like to just voice record it, because it's really hard sometimes to lift your head off the pillow. And the important thing is to journal. Now, I would highly encourage you to, I'm just checking my time here, to journal your dreams. Sometimes we don't remember them. If you're like, well, Louise, I don't remember my dreams. You dream, trust me. But there's processes, again, in the PDF that I share with you that can help you to remember your dreams. So I walk you through all of that. Remember, your bedroom is a very, very sacred place, and it's important to treat it like the ancients did, as a temple. You know, so remove clutter, because clutter overwhelms the mind, body, and spirit. You know, alcohol too can impair your ability to dream. But please know, even if you don't remember your dreams, you do dream. So now that you've journaled your dream, how do you interpret it? Well, commitment is key. When you wake, notice how you feel. For me, that morning in Amsterdam, it was a knowing, like I knew I had to do something, and I took action. And the more you take action on the prompts that you're given, the more that spiritual muscle is going to strengthen within you, because you're going to get results, and you'd be like, oh, okay, that was the right thing to do. So just have a sense. Do you have a sense of the message? Sit with your dream, be present to it, be open, and then just journal what you feel. One thing that remember is your spirit is incredibly creative. It speaks to you in metaphors. It chooses, or your subconscious, if you prefer that terminology, it's going to give you images you understand, right? That are unique to you. People use dream dictionaries, but you don't need to use one, because you're only given images you understand. I often get dreams about babies because I have a belief, and I know this is true, that having a baby is, I have never had a baby, but I had a belief that having a little baby would be a lot of hard work. So I'm often shown babies in my dreams. You know, one was where I was launching a program. I wanted to bring the program forward. Should I do it? Was my question in the dream. The dream was me holding a baby, and I was like, oh, it's so easy. I love it. I knew the answer. Do it. It's easy. You'll love it. So pay attention to the symbols in your dream, because you'll always be given symbols that you know and understand. You can go back into your dream. You can ask questions. You can actually imagine yourself. Ask the people, why are you here? What are you telling me? Be open and trust the process. And one last thing, because I know that my time's running out. Where in my life that is such a powerful question alone to ask yourself when you're trying to understand the dream. If you're being chased or you feel afraid, ask yourself, where in my life do I feel afraid? Where in my life do I feel unsafe? Because that where in your life question is going to give you the answers that you're looking for. I use it a heck of a lot. So your dreams are calling on you to pay attention. They're giving you nightly messages. And if anything, if you take away from this presentation, if you're feeling stuck, you're uncertain, you know, lean in, because you have the answers within you, and your dreams offer you an extremely powerful tool for you to be able to tap into that wisdom and to be guided and to know you're on track and just enjoy the magic. And I wish you sweet dreams. And I would just share that I'll pop in the link in the chat where you can actually get my 3-step process to communicate with your spirit while you're sleeping. And if you go to louise-wilson.com, you'll see there that there is a link to that freebie. So there we go. And I think I hope I didn't run over, Charla.
No, you didn't at all. That was fantastic. So fascinating. Everybody's always so interested in their dreams and what things mean and all that kind of stuff. So that was fantastic. Thanks so much for sharing, Louise.
Okay, and I'll drop a link in the comments and I shall stop the video. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, our pleasure. And if anybody has any questions for Louise about her talk, about dreams, feel free to throw those on the chat. She's going to stay on and be watching for those questions if you have any today. So thanks again, Louise. I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today. So Dr. Fayola Delica, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Is that how you say your last name, is Delica?
Yes, you did a great job.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, where are you joining us from today, Dr. Fayola?
The Sunshine State of Florida, and specifically all the way down Miami.
Woohoo, Miami. And you're shining just as bright as that sun today. You look gorgeous.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So Dr. Fayola Delica is a native of Miami, Florida. She is an apostle and an ordained pastor, international TV show host, coach, consultant, mentor, educator, youth advocate, community leader, and a political strategist. Dr. Delica has been speaking since she came out of her mother's womb. She had to reinvent herself from being an ICU nurse to being homeless because she lost everything during the economic crash of 2008. Dr. Delica found her voice by accident during the darkest time in her life. Dr. Delica holds several leadership roles in various nonprofit and for-profit organizations, as well as founded a number of her own for-profit and nonprofit organizations. In short, she is your passion and purpose activator. She helps you live out loud by living your divine purpose in the areas of business and ministry. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Dr. Fayola Delica.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. I am delighted and honored to be before you all. I greet you all and I welcome you all once again to the One Woman Fearless World Summit May edition, where the motto of one woman is one woman can change the world. And I know you are that one woman who truly can change the world because you are joining us today for this great event. As Ms. Brown introduced, I am Dr. Fayola Delica. I am your passion and purpose activator. Also, hence the sash and the crown, I am your current Miss International Excellence 2021-2022. I am on a mission to truly help people tap into their full potential by identifying their passions to know their purpose on the earth. My gift to the world is through my teaching, ministering, and coaching. Therefore, it brings me great pleasure to be with you all today. But may I share a story with you all? At the age of 5, I can remember my dad had dropped me off at school as it was my first time as I was starting kindergarten, which is like primary school. As I was crying hysterically, I kept telling my new teacher I was afraid to die. My teacher didn't know what to do as we just met, so she called my dad to come back to the school to pick me up. I am not sure what triggered my fear of dying, but it was something that haunted me for a very long time. See, growing up as a child, I was afraid of everything, literally everything. I was bound by fear because I could not fully experience a child. I was afraid of the dark, death, creatures, especially cockroaches, and even some people. Unfortunately, this has caused me to miss some great opportunities in life, as well as not being able to experience the full joy of some of the opportunities I did have. Yet, the crazy thing about it is that people would see that I was full of life because I'm a bubbly and friendly person. My parents told me as a child that I would say hi to everyone, including strangers. Yet, fast forwarding, life has truly dealt me some hard blows, and I've experienced sexual abuse, homelessness, and I've even had some near-death experiences. The most profound near-death experience was when I was living in North Carolina within the United States. During this time, it was during the 2008 economic crash. And at that time, I was 29 years old. I was living in a state where I had no family, as most of my family lived in Florida and other parts of the country. Due to this extreme hardship, I was losing everything, even my mind, because of all the stress and trauma that I was going through. During that time, I had lost my job, some family members due to death, my ability to continue seminary, and even losing a $250,000 dream home that I had built at the young age of 24. I didn't realize I was telling the world that I wanted to die because I stopped living. I had lost interest in many of the things that gave me life: volunteering, traveling, listening to music, and of course, dancing. Well, one fateful night, I was walking downstairs. I had felt very weak because I had not been eating because I lost my appetite for months. When I felt like I was gonna pass out, I leaned against the wall in the kitchen. At one point, I was unable to stand and my body started sliding down the floor. I was losing consciousness, so I called my next door neighbor and eventually she called 911. Well, I can remember while I was in the ambulance, I was releasing all forms of bodily fluids. At that point, I was dancing with death. I had completely blacked out, and then my spirit was looking over my body in the stretcher in the ambulance. My spirit was going in and out of my body, yet they were able to get me to the hospital, and thank God I was able to fully recover. I share these stories with you all because I have looked at death in the eye. When you have done that, when you've had those experiences, you begin to have different perspective of life, and that thank God that you're able to live and be alive. This is why I've become more passionate about life and fulfilling my destiny. I consider myself truly lucky for being alive and being before you all today, because death wanted to marry me many times. Because of such experience, I am more sensitive to my intuition and my interaction with others. With having the chance to live again, God has blessed me with much success in my 38 years of living. Yes, I know I don't look 38, but I sure am. I have written many best-selling books, shared stages with a number of world-renowned public speakers, and impacted millions of lives around the world through my various for-profit, nonprofit, and ministry entities. Women, let me tell you, you don't have to have a near-death encounter like me to value life and be intentional about whom God had made you to be. This is why you can't die, because there's something special on the inside of you that the world needs to survive. Become a survivor of life and do not allow what could have killed you to discourage you or cause you to live in a life of hopelessness and or despair. But let all the adversity that you've been through to be the fuel to the fire of the life that is burning on the inside of you. There are people who need you as well as your gifts and your talents. You are like oxygen to them. They need you to keep on pushing through their own challenges to help the next person as you have helped them. See, every yes we say to our life is like a domino effect. There are direct and indirect impacts that you are making in people's lives every day. Some of them are people you will meet, and most of them are people you will never meet. So whatever you are dreaming to do, I dare you. Actually, I double dare you to do it unafraid. They say fear stands for false evidence appearing real. So remember, fear is truly only a mind game. I believe that God has not only created women to give birth, but he has also created us to give birth to our goals and dreams. So if you want to go to school, prepare yourself to go to school. If you want to start a business, ministry, or a nonprofit, get the information to get started. If you want to run for political office like myself, I had the opportunity of running for state legislator here in the state of Florida in Miami-Dade County. Unfortunately, I didn't win, but it has truly opened great doors for me. And I say, if that is you, start getting involved in your community so people can see you as a change agent. If you want to get married and have kids and start your own beautiful family, learn how to become the best wife and mom that you can be. See, I believe as women, we truly can have it all. I had an opportunity to interview one of my female mentors, and I asked her, she was a well-accomplished woman. I said, can women truly have it all? Is it really, really true that you can really do all things and still be great as a mom, as a wife, as a daughter, as an aunt, as a friend, and as the list goes on and on, because women, we wear many hats? She said, truly you can, but it will be in different seasons of your life. So we have to learn how to prioritize the season that we are in. But yet, because a dream is delayed does not mean that it's denied. As the Bible said, there is a season for everything. So you have to understand that if you are in the season of finishing your studies, maybe this year, or it may take you a few years, but your ultimate goal is really to open an orphanage in your village for children who have no family to take care of them, realizing that at the appointed time and season, that dream shall surely come to pass. But we have to come and realize that just because we put our dreams on a shelf doesn't mean that the opportunity has passed us by. Life does give us a second chance. And as God is giving you a second chance to open your eyes up this morning, because unfortunately during this pandemic, COVID-19, many took their last breath. Because of police brutality and other forms of violence, many did not make it back home. So realize that you are still breathing and you have a purpose on the earth, because truly you are divine, you are destined for greatness. So don't allow people or life to rob you of the opportunities of sharing your greatness with the world. See, many of us can say we've been through those traumatic experiences, but what I've come to learn, even in my own trauma, that life, those adversities, those challenges were truly my stepping stones of understanding who I was truly helping me to see the authentic Fayola, the real me. Because I was thinking that it was important at a young age to make 6 figures and to become a millionaire and to live in a big house and to have nice cars and to travel the world, but yet still giving to others. But that wasn't my true motive. God had to help me realize in my challenges and in my hardship that it was not about just Fayola and what she wanted to do in the world, but it's about what I've been birthed to do. That we have purpose, we have greatness, and we have destiny on the inside of us. And those challenges sometimes will block the light at the end of the tunnel. They will make you start doubting who you are and what you are made to do and create in the world. But I encourage you today, don't allow your fear, don't allow even your trials or tribulations to stop you in becoming who you need to be, because the world is waiting for you. There are billions of people in the world, but there's no one like you. There's no one can do what you are created to do on the earth. See, there's a great quote by the great Les Brown. He's a world-renowned public speaker and influencer. And he says this: the graveyard is the greatest place on earth, because it is here that you will find all the hopes and dreams that were never fulfilled, the books that were never written, the songs that were never sung, the inventions that were never shared, the cures that were never discovered, all because someone was too afraid to take the first step, keep with the problem, or determined to carry out their dream. Let that not be you. And that is a similar quote as what to the late Dr. Miles Monroe said. He said, I am going to empty out myself before I take my last breath. And unfortunately, a few years ago, he died in a fatal plane crash. But I truly believe that he had emptied out himself. So I ask you, what goals and dreams are there inside of you? Are you still waiting for people to validate you? Are you still waiting for people to encourage you in bringing out that goals and dreams? I have come to tell you that you cannot die, no matter what comes your way, until you birth out that thing on the inside of you. Dare to live, dare to challenge yourself, and dare to realize that some journeys of life, you truly have to go alone. But I believe, as a believer of Jesus Christ, that I am never alone. There's always a spirit with me. And that's what encouraged me, even through my darkest moments of life. I couldn't commit suicide because I was afraid of cockroaches. And even as a nurse, I was not ready to see my own blood on the floor. But I would tell you, I thank God that I did not take my own life, because all my challenges were not for me, but they were to help others. And same for you. All the challenges that you've been through, all the obstacles that you had to overcome, they weren't just a test of your strength, but truly, it was your door to the authentic you. It was the door to you that you are going to share with the rest of the world. That's why I've come to tell you, you cannot die. And I ask you all, please indulge me just for a moment. I want you to repeat these words after me. And every time we say it, I want you to add more power and fire to it. All right, here's the first one. I choose to live and not die. That was the first time, so that's a warm up. Even myself, I made a mistake. But this second time, let's give it more power and belief. I choose to live and not die. That's the second one. We got one more to go. As they said, the third time is a charm. Let's make sure we do it with a bang. And we shake up the world to let them know. I choose to live and not die. I pray those words have helped to inspire you, encourage you to know. Choose today to live, no matter what comes your way. Because I tell you, dying, yeah, it's a little scary, and I've seen it many times as a nurse. But let me tell you, the true beauty is when life is birthed. I want to take this moment and thank Miss Charla Brown for this great opportunity, because she chose to live and not die. I can assume that she had some moments in her life where she wanted to give up, maybe even throw the towel, or possibly give up on life herself. But she chose to make a difference as she created these two global initiatives, One Woman and One Girl. These global social initiatives are providing resources, maybe for women like you who have been able to render services for women and girls around the world by living out their goals and dreams through the resources of education and entrepreneurship. She is a true epitome to let us know that we can't live, but we shall surely, that we can't die, but we shall surely live, because it's not about us. That within the short time of this organization, she's been able to impact not just the 500,000 people that she knows of, but millions and millions of people around the world. And you have that same testimony, that same opportunity to do the same. As on the One Woman website, it says, Ms. Brown discovered that all women in this world have the same goals: to have a better life, to give their children a better future, and to make a difference in their communities. I thank you, Ms. Brown, for you have changed the lives of so many women and girls around the world by birthing out your dream in 2015 when you founded these entities. I tell you today that as a fish needs water to stay alive, you need the world to keep on living, because the world is your ocean of blessings. Step into the ocean by living out the greatness on the inside of you through every purpose-driven opportunity. I could have said every opportunity, but we have to realize that someone helped me to understand there's a difference between good opportunities and great opportunities. And when you ask yourself, what are those great opportunities? Those great opportunities is what sparks something on the inside of you, and it connects you to the purpose why you are still on this earth. So I hope that you can imagine yourself living and not dying. To know that, yes, people say their fear of death is probably one of the number one things that people are afraid of. But people are also fear of success. And I truly believe why they may be fear of success is because they're afraid of the greatness on the inside of them. That if they would see their identity as how they were created, I think it would surely scare them to death. So I tell you today, let today be the best day of your life. because you're no longer living in fear. And this is why you can't die. I hope that these words have inspired you, motivated you, but also challenged you. It's one thing to come to an event and being inspired and you feel like you got that natural high, but then when you go home, you go back to the same feelings of despair and hopelessness. But let all the speakers that come before you today and being connected to this great community be your support, be your lifeline, but most of all, to help you understand the world needs not just everybody, but it needs you. I thank you for this time, this morning, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are. I hope you are inspired to keep on living. Once again, I am Dr. Fayola Delica. I am your passion and purpose activator. You can connect with me on all social media platforms as I am on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter as Fayola Delica LLC. I am also on LinkedIn, Clubhouse, and YouTube. Lastly, I want you to check out my website, fayoladelica.com, and let us connect so we can keep on living together. Ms. Brown, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fayola. That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you for the kind words that you gave to me. You're making me cry here. So what a way to start out the day. But thanks so much for sharing, and such a powerful message for each of us to kick off the day. So I thank you so much for being a part of today's Fearless Women Summit. And as I mentioned, when I sent out the agenda,
Thank you.
I sent you the email addresses and the websites for all of our speakers today, so you can connect afterwards. But Dr. Felica, if you want to put your link to your website or anything that you want to share, feel free to put that in the chat so that everybody can stay connected with you. We're going to go over to our next amazing speaker today, the one and only Jackie Somerville, which I alluded to as I spoke this morning in terms of her talking about, well, definitely an inspiring message that will make you want to get involved with 100 Most Powerful Women. So how are you today, Jackie?
Hey, Charlotte, I'm great, thank you.
Awesome. And where are you joining us from, Jackie?
I'm joining from sunny, beautiful Los Angeles, California.
Woo, we're going from Miami to Los Angeles. We're in the heat now. You're going to heat us up, Jackie. Well, I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. So now from Los Angeles, California comes a sensational storyteller with some real stories about the joys of fashion, first class, and her other favorite F words, and how you can indulge in them too. Jackie Somerville is a best-selling author, speaker, successful entrepreneur, and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women. She coaches her international roster of clients on everything from men to money and from sex to success. Jackie draws on a lifetime of challenging and rewarding experiences. Yeah, ladies, she's been married a few times. Yep, she's immigrated twice. She's been fat, slim, broke, rich, and followed her dreams to a life of excitement, adventure, passion, and purpose. Along the way, she's proven that big love and big money really do matter. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Jackie Somerville.
Thank you, Charla. Hi, everybody. So great to be with you today. So I have a question for you. Have you ever considered what it would be like to be really rich? Just think about that for a moment. What would it be like to be really rich? Have you ever even allowed yourself to think about that? And what does rich mean to you? I'll let you know what I believe rich means. Rich means never having to say no when you want to say yes. Rich means living up to your full potential because you have the resources available to do that. And trust me, it takes resources to live up to your amazing potential. Rich means being able to be, do, and have whatever your heart desires. And especially, it enables you to be. That's the most important word. It enables you to be whatever you came to this earth to be. That's what rich means to me. And so it is very different for all of us. And rich is not a number. Of course not. But I'm here to challenge you about how big or how small you're thinking. I'm here to ask you to open your mind to more riches than you could ever imagine. Because as I know what Charlotte already mentioned, we know that when great women make great money, they do great things in the world. And you'll never convince me that you are not a great woman. I don't believe that my God makes any mistakes, that you are created absolutely perfectly, that you have every single resource that you need right now, no matter your external situation. You might be sitting there saying, but Jackie, my bank account is in the red. I'm in debt. I don't have the resources. I'm never going to be rich. Yes, you absolutely can. It starts with a decision. And I'm going to tell you a little story that illustrates perfectly that resources, external resources, what you think you have available to you right now doesn't matter a bit, not a bit, that you have within your grasp right now, whatever riches you desire. Right now, you have everything you need in this moment. In fact, I always say that if you knew how to make things happen, you would be dreaming and thinking way too small. And today, I am going to inspire you to not only open your heart and your mind to more wealth that you ever imagined, but I'm going to inspire you to dream a bigger dream. Are you dreaming big enough? Have you opened your heart and your mind to riches? Are you living up to your full potential? Are you having to say no all the time to the things you want, the people you want to help, the stuff you want to buy, the person you want to be, the experiences you want to have? If you're saying no to yourself on all of those things, you're not rich enough. And I'm going to convince you today that you absolutely can be. So, you do not need any resources in this moment other than your heart and your soul. And I'm going to prove that to you. When I was a little girl, about 5 years old, my parents used to give us 5 cents a week pocket money. I grew up in South Africa. And even though I've got a few years on me, 5 cents a week, even back then, was a pitiful amount of money. Pitiful. But my parents were kind of tight with the purse strings, you know? There weren't a whole lot of resources available to a 5-year-old. But I decided, and here's a big thing for you to learn right off the bat, the power of a decision. The power of intention. We're going to be talking about that today. The power of a decision. I decided that 5 cents a week was absolutely not for me. No, thank you. All we could purchase with that 5 cents in this little cafe on the corner every Sunday after church was this pseudo ice cream thing. All it was frozen apple juice. And we were kind of led to believe and manipulated into the fact that that was an ice cream. And I would look at that thing and I'd look at all the other beautiful stuff around it, dripping with chocolate and nuts and all sorts of things. And I'd think, good Lord, like, I don't want that frozen apple juice thing. By the way, they also tried to manipulate us by calling it a happy apple. There was nothing happy about it, in my opinion, when I could see all the richness around it. And so I decided that I was no happy apple kind of girl. That wasn't my thing. I was one of those big oozing eclair chocolatey nutty things. I was up for the rich stuff. That's what I wanted. But as I said, I had no resources, supposedly. But the power of intention, the power of a decision. 5 cents wasn't going to cut it. That was my decision. My intention was to multiply my income. So I just set the intention. And one day, wouldn't you know, because this is what happens when you communicate with the divine and you set intentions very crystal clear and you don't waffle and you don't question yourself about your worthiness, about whether it matters that you have more money or not, about whether that takes away from somebody else if you have money. No, it doesn't. Don't be questioning your worthiness. That little girl knew enough to not question her worthiness. So one day I got this divine download. See, my mother had this perfect vegetable garden. And I decided that I was going to chop off 6 of her prize lettuces and arrange them perfectly in a little basket, pretty little basket, because I knew how to market even back then. It's amazing what the power of intention will do. You suddenly get these brilliant ideas. Even at 5, you learn how to market your lettuces in a pretty little basket. And off I went down the street in search of clients for the lettuces. Here's the interesting thing. I had the audacity to charge 25 cents a lettuce. I was getting 5 cents a week, you guys. But where did that 25 cents idea come from? For each lettuce, back then in those days, like, what are we talking about, 1970 or something? That was daylight robbery for a lettuce. But that was the number that came into my mind, and I had the audacity to ask. Another big lesson right off the bat for you today. Have the audacity to ask. Trust that you are deserving. This little girl trotted off down the street, and within an hour, I had sold every single one of those lettuces. And I didn't discount them either. I sold them for 25 cents each, and I multiplied my income that day by 30 times. 30 times in a single day. And I'm here to tell you that you can multiply your current income by 30 times, by 100 times. There is no limit. 0. There is no limit. You can multiply your income by that much in a single day. All it takes is one brilliant idea. And in this moment, right now, you could be 5 minutes away from a brilliant idea. You could be 1 day away from meeting the person of your dreams. You could be 2 hours away from a multi-million-dollar idea. You just never know what the universe has in store for you if you have the audacity to make a decision, to set an intention, and to ask for it. And to never, ever get stuck in how, and that silly story that plays in our minds about our worthiness and about what resources do we have. Well, with those strict parents with tight purse strings, from the outside looking in, I didn't have resources. But I really did. They were all around me. And I want to tell you how great it felt to have that purse of money, because I had to hide the money, because I would have gotten into deep trouble. I was a risk taker even then. And I'm a risk taker now. And I believe in the power of taking a great deal of risk in your life, of being responsible, but never sensible. We'll get more into that as we go today. But it felt so great. And I hid it in this little Zulu beaded purse. And right at the very back of the top of my closet, I had to stand on a whole bunch of things to get back there and hide it. And I spent it in tiny increments over I don't know how many months so that no one would notice. I knew I'd get into trouble if they found out. But I wasn't worried about that. I don't want you to worry about the consequences. As long as what you're doing is moral and ethical and legal. Have the audacity to take the risk and to follow whatever is coming into your mind right now, your ideas, your inspiration, your motivation. Stop saying no to yourself. So, is it any wonder that that little girl went on to becoming a multimillionaire by her early 30s? No, it's no wonder at all. It's no surprise, because I had that mindset early on, that mindset of there are no limits to me. That whatever I decided, that whatever I intended, that somehow there was this divine force in the universe that I was kind of aware of. Wasn't a religious force, even though I was being taken to church every Sunday. I was connected to this divine force, this thing inside of me and all around me. And I knew that if I set an intention, if I had the audacity to dream something, that somehow miraculous ideas would come to me as long as I got out of my own way. And I promise you that if you are not as rich as you desire to be because you're having to say no to yourself and to all the people you want to help right now, then you're just in your own way. That's all. You're just in your own way. You've built walls to everything that the divine wants you to have because you came to this earth to become everything you were meant to be. And we can't do that in the way that our world is set up without riches. And the divine has so much rich in store for you that if you aren't where you want to be right now, it's only because you're in your own way. And Charla and I, through 100 Most Powerful Women, this is one of the things that we do so well, is to help our members get out of their own way so that these divine downloads can come and inspire them, and so that they have the courage to act, just like I had the courage to act as that little girl. So yes, so I became a multimillionaire by my early 30s. And the next thing, so this story illustrates to you, we talked about the F words, Charla mentioned the F words when she introduced me, that this was all about my favorite F words. And that first little story, the Happy Apple story, illustrates to you perfectly my first favorite F word or phrase, which is financial overflow. Financial overflow. It felt so good to have that money in that purse, knowing that the money was there, but not only that, knowing that I did it, that I had the resources, supposedly, to do it. Because the only true resources that we need, we have right within us. It's our minds, it's our hearts, and it's our divine connection. That's the only resources. Those are the only resources you need right in this moment. And I'm living proof. So my very first F word, financial overflow. Doesn't that sound great to you? Oh, so delicious. By the time I was 46 years old, I really did have what the world considers everything. And I remember standing on my beautiful ranch, looking down this gorgeous property at the lake, my beautiful horses standing down there grazing, my dog, beloved dog beside me, thinking, God, I have everything. Why am I so miserable? This is so crazy. How can somebody who has everything be so miserable? And so I had to dig deep to try to figure that out. And what I was missing was my next dream. I'd stopped dreaming. I sort of had rested on the laurels of everything. So there were no challenges in my life. There was no passion. And I felt like I didn't have any purpose. So I went back to the drawing board and I went back to my conversations with God. And I said, God, I need purpose and I need passion in my life. Please, will you send me passion? And I said I wanted to be madly and passionately in love with a gorgeous man. I said I wanted him to be tall and sexy and handsome and gorgeous. And I got clear about that and I asked God for it. And I set the intention, not knowing how it was going to come to pass. And one day I walked into a grocery store in California because it was my very first season staying down at my beautiful holiday home. I was living in Vancouver at the time. I lived in Vancouver for 20 years. And I was living in Vancouver and I also had the ranch. Obviously, I just told you the story about the ranch. I had multiple homes, blessed. But my main residence was Vancouver. And I decided that I wanted to buy myself a winter home in the California desert. And so I did. And there is something so wonderful about being able to just decide, go down, plonk down $1 million in cash to buy a beautiful vacation home. Do you have any judgment around that, by the way, when I say that? Is there any judgment that rises in you that going, well, that's a bit much. That's kind of gauche. The fact that you even said it. Just catch yourself. Don't judge yourself for it. Just catch yourself. Because if you have any judgment around that statement, and I'm going to make more today that you may well have the same reaction to, you're judging money. You're not judging me, you're judging money. And money doesn't go where it's judged. You got a foot on the gas and a foot on the brake, because one side of you wants more money. I know it does. One side of you knows that you are saying no to things you want to say yes to. One side of you knows you want to help more people. One side of you knows you want to travel more. You want to experience more of life. You want to maybe buy a new wardrobe, a new car, a beautiful vacation home. One side of you knows that. The other side, which by the way is not your fault, it's a societal narrative that does not serve us, is saying that's gauche, that's ungodly, that's not right, that takes away from others. No, it doesn't. Your struggle doesn't serve the world. You can't help the poor if you're one of them. So I'm challenging you right now to take your foot off the brake. And the first thing you do to do that is to stop your judgments around money, around what others do with money, and around money in general. Anytime you feel envy, you feel jealousy, you feel judgmental about any phrases or words or any concept about money, you're blocking it. And therefore you're blocking all the good you can do in the world with it. And you're blocking your full potential. So it was truly wonderful to be able to just say, hey, I got $1 million. I'm going to buy myself this lovely vacation home. Little did I know that that was going to lead to what I had just asked God for. Because God's ways are so extraordinary. I had no idea that the fact that I just wanted a property in the sun was going to lead me to the passion and the purpose that I'd asked God for. So I had just moved into my holiday home, and I was shopping for a dinner party that I was having the next night with a couple of my new neighbors. And I walked into that grocery store, and there was this beautiful, handsome, tall, very young man standing by the cheese department. And I was browsing the cheeses. And as I walked off, I thought I heard him saying something to me, but I'm like, what did he just say? Because he was really young. And I was 46, and I was thinking like 22 at the most. And so I turned around and I said, I beg your pardon? And he said, you're very beautiful. And I was like, what? And you're so young. And it was so cute to hear him telling that story afterwards, because he said it took up all the courage in the world to tell her she was very beautiful the first time. And then she turned around and asked me to say it again. And I love that story because it illustrates so much about having audacity and having the courage to ask for what you want. He actually worked in that grocery store. He could have been fired. Hitting on a patron was, I'm sure, an employee no-no. But he had the audacity to take a risk. He had the audacity to ask by saying to me, you're very beautiful. And then saying it a second time. Are you asking for what you want? Or are you afraid of rejection, worried? It's time to quit that. So I walked off with a big smile on my face, and I'm coming up the next aisle, and he's standing there staring at me. He said, how are you? I said, I'm great now that you just made my day. Thanks. And I was in the produce department when he came to find me. And he came flying down, and he stuck out his hand, and he introduced himself. And he said, I see you're not married. And I laughed so hard because I thought, what guy says that? Who has the audacity to say that? And off he went again, just took off. And even though that was so completely crazy, there was something that stirred in my soul, because I don't believe in coincidences. I believe in divine guidance. And I knew there was a reason why there was this really kind of crazy encounter happening. No coincidences in my world. No coincidences with this divine that's constantly guiding us. And so he just took off. And I knew he was going to find a way to stay connected with me. I waved goodbye when I was checking out, but I knew. And sure enough, I'm putting the groceries in my car and he comes flying down, pretending to collect the shopping carts on the way. And he hands me a paper napkin with his name and number scrawled on it in black ink. And he says, call me. And I said, no, I don't call men. I said, you call me. And I gave him my business card. And I drove off. Before I even got home, the text started. And he said, can I call you when I get off work? And I said, sure. And he did. He called at about 6 o'clock. And he said, hey, do you want to get together and have some fun? That's what he said. And I'm still thinking he's 22. And he's like, hey, do you want to get together and have some fun? And I'm like, yeah, since you put it that way. Because that's my second favorite F word, you guys. And it's more important than you think. Are you having fun in your life right now? Are you? Or are you judging yourself? Are you letting all the constraints of society keep you in a boring, mundane place? Are you having some fun in your life? It really serves you to have fun. Hey, do you want to get together and have some fun? Well, I really did, but I didn't know what that was going to look like because my dog, my Jack Russell Terrier, couldn't be left alone. I was a terrible dog trainer, and he'd had babysitters his entire life. Lucky I was rich enough to hire babysitters for my dog, right? And so this whole thing happened at the last minute, and I didn't have a babysitter arranged, so I had to invite this perfect stranger to come and play at my fancy holiday house. So I had to dig deep. And again, I had a conversation with God, and I looked for any red flags, and I didn't feel like there were any. So I said, oh, you're going to have to come over to my house because I can't leave my dog alone. And he goes, well, I could do that. So I remember standing in my bathroom, getting ready, feeling kind of nervous, even though I'd already checked in with God. And I really was clear that there weren't any red flags. I was still feeling nervous because I thought, what am I going to do with this super young guy? I mean, I didn't have any video games stashed in the closet or anything. And I'm like, what am I going to do with him? I just mentioned a couple of things that are super, super important. I do believe in divine guidance. I really do. And I believe that it is not exclusive to only some, that it is available to each and every human being on this planet right now in this second. Divine guidance, that when we've made our intentions clear, and when God shows us things, and when we tune into our soul and into our gut, and we get out of our heads and into our souls, that we make the right decisions. It is said that in order to tune into your soul and get close to God, you must first lose your mind. And I really did lose my mind that night. And it was so beautiful. But I was having this pang of anxiety when the doorbell rang. But I needn't have worried, because I opened the door and there he stood in all his magnificence with a smile that could melt the devil's heart and a radiance and an enthusiasm for life that no one could not notice. And he didn't say anything. He just stepped in and he opened those massive arms and he engulfed me in a hug so intense. I felt like I'd known him my entire life. Didn't talk, didn't let me go. And so I surrendered. I melted into him. I knew that his soul was special, and I knew that the evening was going to unfold exactly as it's meant to. Turned around, walked into my house, and I asked him what he wanted to have to drink because I already had a double vodka going to take that edge off, you know. And he said, well, I don't drink. He said, my grandfather is from the Sioux Nation, and he is an alcoholic. And he said, and I don't like it much. But he said, I'll have what you're having. I'll try it anyway. And we sat down, and with that confession began the shocking story of his life. Poured out of him in a no-holds-barred cathartic purge, one staggering detail after the other of a life of poverty, abuse, abandonment, and crime. A life so radically different from mine. So of course I had questions. And when my questions got too much for him, maybe verging on judgmental, he pushed that bar stool back and he stood up And he put one of those enormous hands under my chin and he lifted me up and he slowly, softly, and spectacularly kissed me. Oh my God, the man could kiss. He could teach the world how to kiss. I don't know about you guys, but I've known many men who could really attend that class, right? Oh, good Lord. The tonsillectomies that one's had over a lifetime. Oh, he could teach the world how to kiss. And he wasn't done then. He said to me, Jackie, take off your clothes. And I was like, hell no, I don't think so. We've only just met. He stood his ground. He said, Jackie, take off your clothes. And I'm looking up at the bright lights and I'm like, I'm not getting undressed in front of your royal hotness under the full brights. You think I'm 35 and I want to keep it that way. But as you already know, my beautiful man had the audacity to always ask for what he wanted without concern about the opinions of others. He could give two hoots about my judgment of that statement. He was going to ask it anyway. He had the audacity to ask for what he wanted. Please take that lesson to heart. Please. It's an important one. Jackie, take off your clothes, he said again. We're getting in the pool. And this financially independent, strappy, strong woman did as she was told. I took off my clothes and we got in the pool. And it was so much fun and so beautiful and so amazing. And little did I know it was the start of something so incredible that would go on for about the next year or so, that every time I'd get stressed, mad, hot under the collar, sweat the small stuff, my beautiful man would always say to me, baby girl, take off your clothes. We're getting in the pool. And he'd hold me and he'd kiss me and I'd feel so loved and so supported. Take that lesson from my beautiful man and don't sweat the small stuff. Don't allow stress and the small stuff to keep you from love, to destroy your relationships. Take off your clothes and get in the pool. And you might think that that encounter led to my third favorite F word, but it actually didn't. It wasn't until the next night, because that night I made him scrambled eggs at about 10 o'clock. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, I asked him to leave because I really, really like to sleep alone. And I asked him if he wanted to join me for dinner the next night. I said, I've got 4 gay friends coming. And I said, if you're not cool with that, we might as well not see each other again. But if you're cool with that and you want to come, be my guest. And he said, yes, I'm coming to your dinner party. And so the next night, you can just imagine my 4 gay male friends, how excited they were when they arrived. And I said to them, you guys, I have this gorgeous, handsome, young, hot man boy arriving to join us. I just met him in the grocery store yesterday. And they wanted to know everything, all the details. Tell us everything. And then the doorbell rang and I'm like, shut up, you guys. Shh, pretend I've told you absolutely nothing. And I opened the door and the beautiful man came in. He seemed a little pensive, definitely a little afraid of judgment. It was difficult meeting my friends on the very second date, right? You can just imagine. But we ended up having a whole lot more fun that night. Fun with friends. Isn't friends another beautiful, fabulous F word? Oh, yes. So much fun with friends. And when my friends left, that beautiful man took me in his arms and he held me tight and he kissed me and then he put me up against the wall and he said, Jackie, just so you know, I'm not leaving tonight. Ooh. I was like putty in his hands. And he didn't leave. And we did indulge in my third favorite F word. And in fact, the beautiful man never left. Because I married my beautiful man in a chapel in Las Vegas. But that's a story for a whole nother day. So life was really great. I was on fire. I had received from God what I asked for. So much passion. And that passion served me so well because I wrote a best-selling book from cover to cover in less than 5 weeks because I was so hyped up on passion. And passion will do that for you too. Are you feeling stuck in your life? Do you want purpose? Do you want passion? If you don't have it, it's probably because you're playing too small. It's probably because you're saying no to yourself too much because you've got so many judgments around life in general, judgments around money, judgments around love. This divine God that I love so much, that loves me so much, is a completely non-judgmental entity. The divine wants for you everything that you want for you. You just have to be open to receiving it. You just have to get out of the way. And a big blockage to everything your heart, your mind, and your soul desires in this world comes from your judgments about yourself, about how things should be in the world. I'm challenging you today to drop those judgments by telling you some pretty in-your-face stories that may help you to get in touch with those judgments, because those judgments are shining a direct light on your limitations. The limitations you've put on yourself based on everything anyone has ever said or taught you since the day you were born. Like I said, we come by these things honestly, but now as adults, when we know better, we must do better. And so drop the judgments. So here I found myself writing books, which I always wanted to do, being deeply and passionately in love, which I wanted, having this exciting life in multiple countries and doing all the things I loved so much. And one of the things that I was always able to indulge in, that money allowed me to do, was to indulge in my next favorite F word, which is fashion. I absolutely love fashion. And I always teach how you feel about yourself determines your entire life. And feeling great in my clothes and taking care of my body and making sure that my hair looks good and making sure that I've maybe got a little lipstick on or whatever it is, those things help me to feel better about myself. And how I feel about myself directly impacts my magnetism and my irresistibility in the world. Are you doing what you need to feel better about yourself, including some of what society may call the shallow stuff? Treat yourself with a great deal of love and respect. Spoil yourself how you would expect to be spoiled by somebody, a prince and knight in shining armor. Spoil yourself, because how you feel about yourself determines your entire life. And fashion is one of those things that just makes me feel so good. Right now, in fact, I am sitting here. I've got tracksuit pants on, of course. I mean, I'm on Zoom. But look, I got my Saint Laurent stilettos on, because they help me to feel good while I'm speaking with you. So how we feel about ourselves determines our entire lives. So fashion matters a whole bunch to me. It doesn't matter if it doesn't to you, but what are you blocking from your life right now that would help you feel better? Some of the shallow things that you could indulge in right now, and they don't have to be expensive. Are you spoiling yourself just a little bit? Because once you do that, it's going to affect your impact. It's going to affect your magnetism. It's going to affect what you attract in this world. So I was this fashion girl, but I was dating before we got married. I was dating this guy from the ghetto. I mean, he lived in poverty. He didn't have anything, but I wanted him to be matched with me. I wanted him to live my life. I wanted him to be hot and handsome and decked out in the latest and greatest. And so one day I took him shopping at Gucci to deck him out in all his favorite things. And Gucci was a store that I frequented. And I knew the salesperson there very well. In fact, he'd become a friend of mine. Not a great friend yet. It was still a pretty new relationship, but he'd become a friend. And on this particular day, it was my birthday. And I walked into the store and he said, "Oh, Jackie, happy birthday." And he handed me a gift. And I said, "Oh gosh, Brandon, that's so sweet of you to give me a gift." And he said, "Jackie, that gift's not from me. That's from Gucci, from the company." I said, "Why would Gucci be giving me a gift?" He said, do you know how much you spent at Gucci last year? I said, no. He said, do you want to know? I said, no. And again, I ask you to question what feelings come up for you when I say that story. And I tell it for that very reason. What are the feelings that come up? Because whatever judgments you have of me right now, of anybody and how they spend their money, you have of money. And money doesn't like to go where it's judged. Money goes where it's welcome. And it stays where it's respected. I'm going to get into a little bit about how I feel like the respect part is so important, about how quality matters over quantity, about how so many people spend so much money on crap year after year after year that they can justify buying crap that's made in China that ends up in the landfill rather than buying quality, one beautiful thing versus 10 or 20 pieces of crap. I want to help you change your perspective around that. If you're living in clutter right now, declutter, get rid of that stuff. Quantity doesn't serve you. Quality is what serves you. And when you have richness, and when you open up and you allow riches in, and you no longer live in a scarcity mindset, you no longer feel like you have to hoard stuff. You no longer feel like you have to keep buying stuff. You can buy beautiful things and you can take great care of them and you can keep them forever, or you can pass them on when you're done with them to somebody who it's new to them and it gives them an amazing feeling in their lives. Quality matters. I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm not even sure of my time, Charlotte. If you just want to let me know if I'm running over time, because I'm sort of on a roll. But I was flying back from, I think it was from South Africa back to Canada at one point, and I had this beautiful Dolce & Gabbana purse, which it was sort of a leopard print, and I loved it, and I had used it a lot. And I just bought myself a brand new Gucci bag at Heathrow. And so I'm sitting there in the first class lounge at Heathrow going, it's time to pass my Dolce & Gabbana bag on. And I just bought myself a new bag, and I do believe that when I get something for myself, I pass something else on. I get rid of something in my closet. I move things. I believe in flow. We talked about flow early on today. I believe in flow. And so I believe in moving things around and giving things away. And I sat there in the lounge and I looked around and I thought, I wonder if there's a young woman here who would love this purse. Because I just wanted it to go to somebody who would love it. And there was a woman picking up teacups and so on and clearing the lounge. And she looked 30-something and quite stylish. So I went over to her and I said, when you have a moment, I'd just like to talk to you. And she said, okay. She came over and I said, I just wondered if you would like this purse. And she sort of started to back up. She thought I was some kind of a kook. And she goes, are you for real? And I said, no, don't worry. I said, there's nothing weird here. No strings attached. I said, I just bought a new one. And I've loved this bag and I've used it quite a lot. And I just feel like it's time to pass it on. And I was looking around, and when I saw you, I felt like you were the next owner of this bag. And I want to give it to you if you would like to take it. And the tears welled up in her eyes. And she said, no one has ever done anything this. She said, I don't think anyone has ever done anything this nice for me in my life. And I said to her, all I ask is that when you're done with it, you pass it on to somebody else who will love it, who will use it, who will appreciate it. That's all I ask of you. Other than that, take it and enjoy. And I'll never forget that, because not only did it make her day, but it made mine too, right? And that here was this beautiful bag that was made in Italy by artisans, not made in a sweatshop in China by children. It had a beautiful energy. It had been made with love and care. It had served me so well. It still looked really good. It was quality. It was quality. Quality matters. And energy. Everything is energy. and energy matters? Are you in financial overflow? And are you allowing that flow to spill out to others? Are you hoarding things, which is a lack mindset? Are you stuck in binging on buying a whole bunch of crap instead of believing you're worthy of quality? Really ask yourself these questions. It's easy to justify things to ourselves, isn't it? So I'm really wanting to challenge you to look at things differently today. So that is a story that illustrates my other favorite F word, which is actually the PH word, philanthropy. As we said, great people do great things when they have great money, that you can't help the poor if you're one of them, that your struggle never served the world. One of the things that a great deal of money and financial overflow enables you to do is to help others, to be philanthropic. What does it feel like to be able to buy somebody a car who needs it, to be able to send somebody to university who needs it? Charlotte knows this. She's been educating girls for years now. Financial overflow enables us to help others like nothing else. So join me in that other favorite F word. Join me in philanthropy, in indulging your heart's desires so that you can help others to reach their dreams, because it is a very, very important PHF word. I remember flying my mother, when my grandmother died, flying my mother first class on British Airways down to South Africa for the funeral. And how wonderful those sorts of things are. And I've been able to do lots of this kind of thing in my life. Very blessed to be able to treat others to things. It feels so amazing to be able to treat others to things that they couldn't afford in that moment. And flying my mother down first class, and first class on a long haul flight on an airline like British Airways, this is not like business class or first class on a short haul flight. That's another favorite F word of mine, first class, doing everything first class. Like I said, quality over quantity. Quality matters. There's a nuance. God is in the details. It's how it makes you feel, and how you feel about yourself determines your entire life. Can I say that too much? No, I can't. And you know, when you go on board and they take your boarding card and they don't just say, oh, you turn this way. They say, let me take you to your seat, Miss Somerville. And then when they do, they say, would you like a sleeper seat and a pair of slippers for tonight? Yes, I would. And how would you like your steak cooked tonight? Oh, I'll take it medium rare. Oh, and while you're getting changed for bed in your first class PJs, we're going to make up your bed for you. And it's flat, and it's got a duvet, and it's got a feather white pillow. And we're going to wake you up in the morning whenever you're ready to wake up, and we're going to cook your eggs to order. It feels special. It feels like quality. It feels like God is right there in those details. So don't think this stuff doesn't matter. Your playing small does not serve the world, not even close. You have so much to give. You have so much to share. You have so much potential which is not able to come out until you open your heart to more riches than you could ever imagine. And I want to tell you now about my last favorite F word, which is freedom. Freedom, my most valued value. The most important value in my life, freedom. What gives me freedom? Financial overflow gives me freedom. Where does that come from? Here's a big one. Being an entrepreneur, being a financially independent woman. My question is there an entrepreneur in you? And if you are already one, are you doing it to the level that your heart desires? Are you doing it to the level that your financial, that your desires require? Because if you're not, then join our next info session on 100 Most Powerful Women. Because we know how to take you from where you are to where you want to be based on the desires of your heart, not on the small-minded thinking that may be holding you back right now. The desires of your heart. So whenever there's room in one of our info sessions, if you're not where you want to be financially, if you're not living in freedom, and as I said, for me, being an entrepreneur gives me freedom like nothing else. Being a financially independent woman with a business of my own, there is nothing like it on the planet. Because there is no limits when you're an entrepreneur. There's no limit to what you can earn. There is a never-ending supply out there. The divine is just waiting for you to open up to everything that's there. And when we're salaried people, when we're kept small in jobs that we don't even like, how can we possibly do all that we were put on this earth to do? How can we possibly have freedom? The freedom that comes from an entrepreneur is so extraordinary. It extends beyond financial overflow and financial freedom to time freedom, to earning money while we sleep, to the freedom to follow the desires in your heart, the freedom to be, do, and have anything you want to be, do, and have, primarily be. Can you imagine if you could be whatever you desired to be? Freedom gets you there. And you get freedom by being a brilliant businesswoman, a brilliant entrepreneur, somebody who follows her heart, who does what she loves and earns a great deal of money in the process. Charla is living proof of that. I am living proof of that. So I tell you these stories to illustrate to you how much fun it is, how wonderful it is to be in financial overflow, how beautiful life is when you have freedom, freedom of choice in all areas of your life. And I invite you to that. I invite you to open your heart and your mind to that freedom, to that financial overflow, to everything that this magnificent universe has in store for you. Because if you're saying no to yourself all the time right now, you are playing small. And your God does not want you to play small. That is not why you came here. I believe we came to this planet, to this earthly plane, to have the experience of making our dreams come true. Otherwise, we would have stayed in the ethereal, in the place of perfection, in the spirit world. We came here to experience life as humans, and life as humans takes a great deal of money. So why are you judging it? Open up to it. It's a beautiful thing. I love money and money loves me. How about you? Are you ready? Are you ready to be able to help others every time you feel like you want to? Are you ready to be in financial overflow? Are you ready to have complete freedom in your life? Because you don't have to know how. Charla and I already know how. So join us in our next 100 Most Powerful Women info session, and we'll help you get there too. Because all I can say is that when you do this, and you do it in step and in alignment with the divine, when you manifest your heart's desires in alignment with spirit, it is the most beautiful thing you could ever do in your life. You know, I always say, well, if you knew who walked beside you on this path you've chosen at all times, you would never experience fear and doubt again. The divine is walking on this path with you right now at all times, this non-judgmental divine, this loving God that wants for you what you want for you, and is just waiting for you to remove those limitations that you have placed there based on everything you've been told. It's not your fault, but it's time. It's time to take risk. It's time to step out of that sensible life, to just be responsible but not sensible. Everything you've ever wanted and everybody who is waiting for your help is on the other side of that. We walk with an omnipotent divine presence. When you tune into it and when you follow your heart's desires in a non-judgmental fashion, the freedom and the joy that that brings to your life is something I can only hope that I've scratched the surface of illustrating for you today. Great love, great wealth, brilliant, perfect health, and absolute happiness lies on the other side of you freeing yourself from your limitations. So we invite you to join us, to become multimillionaires with us, and to experience the freedom that comes with that. Thank you so much. I've really loved being with you today. Thank you.
Fantastic job as always, Jackie. And yes, I posted the link. I think most of the seats went this morning when I posted it, but I just checked while you were wrapping up, and I think there's 3 seats left. So if you want to join us on May 28th and learn how you can apply this to your own life, how you can live in financial flow and abundance, it's so important. And I've learned that for myself, and I pass that on. I want to pass that on to every woman and girl in this world, how important it is. So join Jackie and I on the 28th. The link is on there. Thanks so much, Jackie. I always love your stories, and be sure to read the chat because so much love being sent to you. And I think you're hitting, a soft spot with a lot of us in terms of just how powerful your stories are. Oh, you're muted, but yes, no problem. And I'm going to turn things over to the fabulous Sharon Shannon, our next amazing speaker. So Sharon, if you want to turn on your sound and video.
Hey, Charla.
Hi,
Hello,
Sharon.
everyone.
How are you?
I am awesome.
Yes, yes. And definitely you can hit your record button for sure.
All
So
right.
where are you joining us from today, Sharon?
I am joining from North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. And Charlotte, actually, I'm trying to hit the record, and it's telling me that you have to give me permission.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
let me see if I can change that. I do not see that
Okay.
as an option for me. So maybe that happened with the updates, because before you
Right.
used,
Maybe I have to update. It's possible.
yeah, let me
Maybe
just
I have
do
to.
a quick check on this. Allow record local files. Try it now.
All right. Zoom in the house. Oh,
Woohoo!
wait, let me see. Yes. All right. Let me
Good
see.
stuff. Where there's a will,
All
there's a
right.
way.
Very good.
Awesome. So I'm going to introduce you, Sharon, and then you can take it away. So Sharon,
Okay.
the faith coach, speaker, CEO, founder of In Sharon's Heart, helps emerging and aspiring faith-based Christian women entrepreneurs to use their God-given gift to serve, speak on virtual stages and live stages, and build online businesses so that they can walk in faith and freedom. Sharon focuses on online business coaching, consultation, and mentoring for women who are ready to take their business to another level by learning the tools that will make them successful. She helps women with their voice, faith, confidence, and grind, consistency, and working smart. Her faith model enables women to use their gifts to build their empire. With faith, you can start the process of doing abundant things God has for you to do. James 2:17. Yes, you, because God has blessed you to do some amazing things. Are you doing them yet? It's never too late to live God's vision for your business and your life. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, the one and only Sharon Shannon.
Thank you, Charlotte Brown. Love you. Yes. Are you doing what the Lord God told you that you can do? Come on, somebody. Are you doing it? Are you? I'm just asking a question. As Charlotte said, I'm Sharon, the faith coach. And let me tell you this. Mark 9:23 says, all things are possible to those who believe. Mark 9:23 says, all things are possible to those who believe. Do you believe God has something more for your life? Come on, somebody. I'm Sharon, the faith coach, and I've come to set you on fire. Because some of you, a lot of you in the back, you sit in the back all the time because you're a little discouraged right now. And you don't think there's anything for you. But I've come to remind you. I've come to remind you, yes, that there's a lot for you. What do you want to do in your life? Do you want to speak? Do you want to go to the next level? You can do that, and you don't have to see everybody else doing it from the sidelines. Yes, I'm Sharon, the faith coach. Who are you? Do you know who you are? Are you speaking words of power and faith and movement over your life? Because if you're not, I've come to help you with that. Yes, I've come to assist you with that. Yes, because listen, I know how it is. I know how it feels to be down and out. I know how it feels to be afraid of success, afraid of failure, and afraid of judgment, which is also afraid of rejection. I know how it feels to have my mouth muzzled. But don't you know, though, that everything, all the trauma, all the betrayal, all the being down and out, don't you know that what that has done for me is the reason I'm still standing here? It's the reason I am here to encourage you. You see, nothing that was formed against me has ever prospered. It seemed as though it was winning when I was in the valley. But guess what those valley moments were? Those valley moments were my strength. Yes, to keep going, because had I not gone through it, I wouldn't be here to talk to you about it. Had I not gone through it, I wouldn't be strengthened to help you and assist you and to serve you, women. Yes. Mark 9:23 says all things. It doesn't say some things. All things are possible to those who believe. What do you believe for your life? Do you know the vision hasn't changed? You ever watch a basketball game, a football game, a soccer game? Do you realize that the goal has not moved? It doesn't move. But guess what? The participants, the ones who are active in the game, the ones who want to win really bad, do you know they have to go through hell to get to it? The vision has not changed. Come on, somebody. So I want to encourage you to lift your head up, because everything that you've been through in your life was to strengthen you. You're still standing. Yes, you made it through. Now you can help other people make it through. You're a warrior. You're a champion. Yes. What do you want to do in your life to help others? It's about service. Yes. It's about building our empires too now. Come on, somebody. Yes. Because Proverbs 13:22 says, a good person leaves an inheritance for his children's children, and the wealth is stored up, the wicked is stored up for the righteous. What does the enemy, the devil, owe you? He owes me double. Yes, and I'm going to get it. He owes me double. I help women speak. And isn't it ironic that I help women speak when my mouth was muzzled? When people with negative intent wanted me to build them up. When I didn't mean anything to them, I was demeaned and disrespected and lukewarm to them. But don't you know that when God's hand is on your life, which it is, don't you know that God's anointing on your life, that means his special, just his gifts and his talents are on you. The thing you do, your secret sauce, your special sauce, nobody can stop it, block it, or lock it. It doesn't matter what you've been through. You had to go through it. You had to. You're still standing for a reason. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. You're still standing for a reason. Some people are not standing. So they need your voice. They need to hear you. Because you know how it is to be down and out. So it's okay for you to speak up. There are 3 things that I tell the women in my speaking club. And these are sharp women of faith, faith-based Christian women who are doing the doggone thing. Somebody get with me. They are powerful women. Yes, they're taking their story and they're making an impact in life. What impact do you want to make? Don't walk around downcast. I used to do that in the spirit. You see, I was going through all the motions in the daytime, going to work. I was a good worker, good employee. I was going to school. I was getting education. I was serving at my church. I was a good mom. But every time I came home, I bought a house. I was living like we all do, going to soccer and sports games, right? But when I came home, though, it was on the couch and I was watching TV. That wasn't moving the needle forward. And every time I got in my car, I was listening to music radio all the time. And then one day, I said, I'm sick of this. I said, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of living and watching everybody else's dream. I'm sick of feeling sorry for myself late in the midnight hour. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm sick of looking back over the mistakes I made. I got sick and tired of it. I got sick and tired of feeling sorry for myself about getting out of the Air Force prematurely. Yes, I was in for quite a bit of time. And I just wanted out. I was easily bored, and it was a stupid decision. It was honorably discharged. I was honorably discharged. It was voluntary. So I get out. Single parent. Another dumb reason. The Air Force takes care of its people, especially single parents. Once you're in, you become single. I got a divorce in the Air Force as well. So I got out, got a good job at a computer company. But something was still missing. So I decided to leave California and go to South Carolina because I had a friend who was also in the military. She had stayed in, right? And she was stationed with her. She was married. I was married, and we were in Japan and Okinawa at the time. She comes back to the States. She gets a divorce. I come back eventually. I get a divorce. We stayed in contact. And she said, why don't you come to South Carolina, live in my house for 3 months? I'm going to go back overseas and get back on your feet. And I was like, okay. I said, it's close to New York where my family is. Why not? But it was a culture shock. And South Carolina is a beautiful state. It is. I mean, so much talent and beauty there. I have lifelong friends there today. But nevertheless, it was not me. You know, I'm more of a suburban girl. A little bit of city, a little bit of suburbia. And that was much different than me where I was. So I sunk into a depression, non-clinical depression. And I was just really down and out. And I was like, what have I done? I felt like the worst mother. We didn't have nothing, only our clothes. We had all of our clothes. My car was in storage in California. My clothes and my we had the clothes. My car was in storage. All my household goods were in storage. And I was like, why did I do this? We had a great life. Have you ever made any decisions like that? Where you just wonder why you made the decision, and if you could go back in time, you would make other choices. Anyway, I found myself in a low place, really down, regretful of everything leading up to that played a part in the move. It was ill-planned. So I was really down. And I remember this one guy asked me to come to his church. He would ask me all the time to come to his church. And finally I said yes. And my life has gotten so much better. I decided to give my life over to the Lord. And it was a game changer for me. But even when I was getting blessed and buying a house and things were getting better, I still wasn't doing things. I still wasn't speaking what I'm doing now. I didn't really believe at the time, Mark 9:23, that all things are possible to those who believe. I had 1 foot in and 1 foot out in that verse. But now is a different story. You see, I woke up one day and I said, Sharon, you are a new creation. The old has passed away, and behold, the new has come. So I started doing a whole bunch of things. Yes, I started my online businesses. I started my blog. I started getting up and getting movement. I stopped music radio. I stopped coming home and turning on the TV. In fact, I have TVs in my house, but they have nothing on them. I started building my empire. And today, I'm Sharon, the faith coach. Come on, somebody. And I help emerging and aspiring faith-based Christian women use their God-given gifts to serve, to speak on virtual and live stages. I help them with their branding and to build their online businesses, AKA their empires. Why? Because Proverbs 13:22 says, a good person leaves an inheritance for his children's children. That's Proverbs 13, verse 22. So people started asking me what I was doing. Sharon, how you doing this and how you doing that and things of that nature. And I was like, you really want to know? And they were like, yes, we really want to know. And I said, pow, it's called my faith model. It's called my faith model. Yes. Affirmations with some prayer behind that. Belief and grind. That's what I started doing. My faith model is likened to the water cycle or the rock cycle or the earth cycle. It's always fluid. You can start it in any area. If you're stronger in speaking life over your life, start there. If you're stronger with just believing, start there. If you're stronger than grinding, start there. But we need all three to go to new levels in our businesses. What do you want to build? It doesn't matter how low you've been, you can build it. Do you believe it? You can do it. The affirmations is Psalm 139:14. And it says, I praise you, God, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. That I know full well. Are you willing to speak life into your life? What do you want to do in your business? Do you want to be a speaker? Do you want to build? Do you want to take your life and to inspire other people? You can do it. But you don't go through it alone. You don't have to go through it alone. You don't have to do it alone. I tried that. It doesn't work. And then it belief. Hebrews 11:1 says faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. What do you want? Are you saying it? Are you putting affirmations, positive words, prayer behind that bad boy? And then are you believing it? And then are you willing to work at it? That's the grind part. James 2:17 says faith without works is dead. So what are you speaking? What are you believing? And what are you doing to go to new levels? What do you want in your life? What do you want? You have to start speaking what you want and stop speaking doom and gloom over your life. Some of us are saying too much. I have fear and I have anxiety and I have nervousness. Stop saying that. And I have this physical ailment. Stop saying that. Well, Sharon, that's what the doctor said. What did God say? I don't use those words. Those are not power words. You understand what I'm saying? 2 Timothy 1:7 says, God does not give us a spirit of fear, of timidity, of nervousness, of none of that, but a spirit of power, love, and self-control. I'm Sharon, the faith coach, and I've come to encourage you to get up, to live your dreams, to get up, and to use your story to inspire other people. Use your story to speak to the masses that are going to hear your voice. They won't hear mine because my story is not your story. My story resonates for the people it needs to resonate with. What is your story? Are you talking about it? These are the three elements of a story as well. The three elements of a story. This is what I train the faith-based Christian women I work with to be better speakers, to increase their visibility and their branding, and to work on the different things that are going to make them even more powerful. These are the three elements of a story, which plays into my faith model, okay? You need to want to tell it. Want to tell it. Don't make anybody force you to tell a story you're not ready to tell. How do you know you're ready to tell it? When you're so bent out of shape, when we're so emotional that we can't get to our story when we're telling it. You understand what I'm saying? It makes people less inclined to be inspired. So we have to want to tell it. And this is the key as well. A story we triumphed over. And then a story that contributes to our overall message. Those are the three elements. It's much more to speaking. That's what I do. I help women speak. Even though my mouth was muzzled, even though I was meant to be a nobody by certain people. But look at me now. That was then and this is now. Your gift will make room for you. Use your gift. It will. Do you believe it? Are you speaking it? And are you willing to make it work? You can. I help people. I help women through a 5-day speaking challenge that I have. I have another one starting on June 7th. It's a wonderful, wonderful challenge. It's going to challenge you, but don't you know? You can do it. Yes, you can. You can speak. Do you want to speak? Because you didn't go through that to be down and out. You went through that. And by the way, I applaud you for still standing. There's some people who are limping, or some people, as I said, who didn't make it. But you can tell your story. You can do it. You could go to new levels because your story is going to be freedom for you. And it's going to also be freedom for other people. So tell it. There's a way to tell it though, and I can help you do that. My 5-day speaking challenge is one day you speak for 5 minutes, the next day 8, then 12, then 15, and 20. You can do it. You can do it. What is your story? People want to hear it. I want to hear it as well. So you can get what God has for you. Say it, believe it, and start doing the work. Because I really believe 9, the verse 9 of Mark, of the chapter of the book 9, book of Mark 9:23. I really believe it now because I've seen everything I've seen some of the things that God wants me to see. I'm a faith coach. Who are you? I would like to know. Mark 9:23. All things are possible to those who believe. I hope to see you at my speaking challenge. I'll tell you more about it when I link it on the bottom because I want to hear your story. Yes. Sharon, the faith coach. Be ready because you are not still standing for nothing. Don't sit on your gifts. It's going to take a little effort, but you can do it. And if time is going to pass anyway, why not be better? Why not encourage and inspire others? Make everything you've been through and all the liars who told you negative things about yourself, I've come to tell you that it wasn't true what they said about you. And it doesn't matter if you were the initiator of certain things that were done wrong. God has forgiven you. Forgive yourself. And do what it is you were meant to do on this earth as you inspire, encourage, and motivate. You're going to be a woman of power. You already are. A woman of faith, a woman of movement. And I would love to be included in the amazing things you're going to do to help other people. I'm Sharon, the faith coach. Who are you? Who are you? I would like to know. So, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? You decide, because the choice is ours. And we don't have to shrink anymore. I did that for so many years. I was afraid of their faces. But Jeremiah 1 verse 8 says not to be afraid of their faces. It's nothing for you to fear. Do you believe it? Believe. Believe it. because there's nothing that you've gone through that didn't strengthen you. You are still here. What do you want to do? What is your message that you want to use to inspire other women with? That's what I help you with in my speaking club. Yes. So you have to be able to tell the story. We have to tell the story. We have to have a framework, and we have to have an overall message. And if you're willing to do the work, I'm willing to. I'm willing, and I'm able, and I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. You ready, ladies? Put in the chat that you're ready to go to new levels, because you could get there. Are you ready to go to new levels? Got it. You got to put it in there. Okay. Stephanie's ready. Diamond's ready. Come on now. Charlotte's ready. Hey, Charlotte's ready. Everybody's ready.
Born ready, Sharon. I was born ready.
Hear you.
Awesome. Where did you go, Sharon? All of a sudden, then she just disappeared. So Sharon's going to put in the chat. All right. Sharon's going to put in the chat the link to join her 5-day challenge coming up in June. And if you're wanting to share your fearless story with the world, well, you couldn't ask for a better woman to help you do it. So thanks so much, Sharon, for sharing. I'm going to turn things over.
Charlotte.
Yes. So I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker, Betty. Betty, if you want to turn on your sound and your video. Hi, Betty. How are you?
Very well. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you so much for having me here.
Where are you joining us from today, Betty?
I'm joining you from Saskatoon in Saskatchewan, Canada.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Betty, and then you can take it away. So Betty specializes in executive leadership coaching, coach training, change leadership, emotional intelligence, and cultural intelligence. She is privileged to coach leaders in health, education, and private industry nationally and internationally. Betty is a systems thinker and change agent who leverages a strength-based approach to foster positive, sustainable change. Her effectiveness as a leadership coach, consultant, trainer, and international conference presenter is grounded in her lived experiences as a senior leader and organization effectiveness practitioner over the past 2 decades. Betty believes that the catalytic power of coaching to develop fresh, innovative insights that influences new learning and intentional action aligned to what is really important to the individual, team, or organization. That result is a lasting positive impact or legacy. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Betty Mutweri. How do you
Yes, correct.
Awesome.
Mutweri.
Take it away, Betty.
Thank you, Charlotte. And can I record? I think I need your permission to do that.
Yes, unfortunately, Zoom has made a whole lot of changes lately. So, gosh, I'm not sure if it's going to let me do it while your screen is shared.
That's okay, Charlotte.
From the entire day, Betty, anyway, so I'm going to send you a copy of the full recording anyway. So don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you so much. So Charlotte just introduced me. I'm a leadership coach. I'm a faith coach. I'm really someone who comes along other people to just help them speak life over their dreams. I appreciated everything I've heard this morning. Sharon, I was going, yes, yes, yes. Jackie, I was saying, yes, yes, yes. And Louise, I just think that these messages are really building on one another. I was born in Kenya. I lived in Kenya. And when Charlotte mentioned that she has some projects in Kenya, I was like, yay, those are my home peeps. I left Kenya when I was 25. I joined my husband in Ontario. He was going to school there and we settled. So I've been in North America for 30 years. And coming into North America, it was quite overwhelming. Coming from a small village and getting into North America and after just finishing my first degree, I was quite bewildered as to how I would live my life. But there's one thing that really resonated with me when I came here. People believed in me when I did not believe in myself. And I just want to say a big shout out to mentors who see talent and speak life into that talent before they can actually see it. I do not credit myself as a self-made person. And I think my message is really to encourage people who reach out. And that's why I took coaching, and that's why I'm a leadership practitioner. really getting into helping people just reach out to others. And that's what all the speakers this morning have been doing. But I do it on a very technical level. In organizations, I build leadership programs, literally building them with the skills and knowledge. And as a scholar practitioner, I'm also a researcher trying to find out what is the empirical evidence that these things work. Because sometimes we know in life that some things work, but some people need to be convinced. In the kind of work that I do, I call myself a marketplace equipper. I am in the marketplace. I'm speaking with people who I don't know what their faith backgrounds are. So my presence and the way I'm able to explain some of these things from a faith perspective and from science, from a scientific perspective, is also key, because the whole idea is to be able to influence people in the way they like to be influenced, but with truth and with principles that are enduring. So today I want to talk to you about the 3A coach approach, or the 3A model for transformative conversations. And the process, again, is something that I've synthesized as a professional certified coach through the ICF, which is the International Coaching Federation. I have been doing that for the last 10 years. You have to go through 750 hours of practice. But the more I do it and the more I synthesize the key messages, I think everyone should be able to do that. You don't need to go through 750 hours to be able to speak life into the conversations that you're having every day with anyone who comes across your path. I looked at a stat recently, and it said that we talk about 10,000 to 20,000 words a day. We live in conversations. However, only approximately 500 to 700 words are meaningful. So there are times when we are having a lot of filler words, or we are confused and overwhelmed, and we actually cannot name what we want to talk about. I've been there, and I'm there all the time. When we're overwhelmed, and especially in the last year, we've just had unprecedented times with COVID and everything else happening. Our world is changing, and it will never be what it was before. The idea is to really figure out what is the next edge for yourself. And people have been finding themselves at different spaces of confusion, transition, and that is why it was in my heart to try and synthesize this message to a very, not simplistic, but an easy way to equip everyone to really help the person across them to illuminate what is going on so that they can have clarity. They can have the agency to take action. Because as all the speakers have said, faith with no action is dead. So even if you're activated, if you don't actually take the next step, then it doesn't really manifest into much. The other key thing is there's a lot of information overload. I mean, if you want to know how to be a coach, if you want to know how to do you can just go on Google, find tons of information. What I'm finding though, is that people are overwhelmed, and it's hard to try and synthesize how do you put that in practice. So that is my motivation. Again, how do you put that into real practical ways, in a way that you can help yourself and not just gain knowledge, but actually gain wisdom. You know, the book of Proverbs says, wisdom is the principal thing, therefore gain wisdom. And wisdom is not just about knowledge that will serve you for today, but it's knowledge that has foresight, that has implications, and it's knowledge that will serve not just yourself, but the greater good. And I think the times you're facing today, more than ever, we need to really look beyond ourselves and look at the greater good of our communities, of our families, over the planet, because we are living in a very global, interconnected world. So just go through my slides now. That is a Venn diagram that has the 3 A's of awareness, alignment, and activation. So again, I'm synthesizing what I call a coach approach to conversations into those 3 A's. And I'm just going to go through them one after the other so that you can see how they're put in practice. As I've mentioned, in our day-to-day conversations, we can use this continuum. We tell a lot. I came from a patriarchal society where I was told what to do all the time. You know, we just believe in just hearing, just if you're young or if you don't have the experience, you listen. And so as you grow older, you just get into the mode of telling, one-way communication. I'll tell you how it is. This is how it is. So that's a mode that majority of us, either due to background or style, are used to using. Mentoring is another way of engaging with people, and I'm referring to leaders because I think every woman can choose to be a leader. I'm not talking about positional leadership. I'm talking about the choice to be a leader in whatever sphere you're in right now. Mentoring is about imparting wisdom from experience. It's about choosing to share. And Shannon talked about the power of the story. That is very transformational. So it is imparting that wisdom so that people don't have to go through the same thing. Coaching, what the 3A model is based on, it's really supporting others to think through and arrive at their own solutions. So that is the sphere. It can be definitely intermingled with mentoring. You can put a mentoring conversation in the midst of a coach approach conversation, but mostly you're trying to pull from the other so that they can actually have that wisdom that they have built in themselves and gain confidence that they have within themselves what they need to take it to the next level. So the coach approach that I use as those 3, the building block is the coaching mindset. So how are we being in the world? What mindset are you bringing to that conversation? And every day we encounter opportunities where people say, can I pick your brain? Can I talk to you about something? Can we have coffee? You know, as women, we're always reaching out. And sometimes when women reach out, they want to vent. And I think that's a legitimate thing to do. But I say that I tell my friends that if you vent for more than on the same issue for more than 3 times, I am going to just have to take you to a solution focused conversation. Because as much as venting is healthy, if we stay in the space of venting, then we never really get to clear solutions that get us out of that space of being unstuck. So the coaching mindset really pulls into what Jackie and I think Shannon have talked about. What presence are you holding within yourself? I think I had Jackie talked about, we all carry that divine omnipotent presence. We all carry something in ourselves that resonates. Emotional intelligence and the science of the brain tells us that we can pick up signals from the other person. And in short, there's a whole science about presence. But what is true for me and what I know to be true is that if you hold a presence, a loving presence, people feel that from you. People feel that coming from you and their brains can relax. However, just like Jackie and Shannon talked about, if there's a judgmental space, even if you might be smiling on the outside, if you're holding judgment on the person that you're talking to, they are going to feel it as well. And the conversation is going to be wonky because you might be wanting to control them by the way you navigate that conversation. So the coaching mindset embodies that presence of having love, unconditional love, support. I'm not here to judge your situation. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help you work things through. So that's something we can choose to embody. That's something that comes from within. We don't necessarily need to talk about it, but we need to check in with ourselves so that we are present for that person. We hold that healing presence so that their brains can relax. Then they can be in a space where they can actually engage in a very authentic way. The other parts that embody that mindset is having a growth mindset. You know, you don't know it all. None of us knows it all. We definitely know now with all the unprecedented things that we're encountering that we do not know it all, but we need to stay curious. So curiosity is the other thing that is able to mitigate against the judgment, is being curious. I wonder. I don't have any answers, but I wonder. I just want to come into this journey with you. I want to listen with a curious mindset. So that's really is the foundation for us to have these transformational conversations, is who we are. The next one is the skills. And the skills are mainly the art of listening. And listening is listening with all our senses. It's not just listening with our ears, it's listening with our eyes, it's listening with our heart, it's listening with our intuition. So we are trying to pick up everything, and God has endowed us with those capacities actually. 70% of how people communicate is not verbal, it's non-verbal. And for the people who are intuitives, sometimes they sense things that are not even said. And that is the power of embodying that mindset and being grounded and being present, is that you can access all the senses so that you can help the person that you're having the conversation with go deeper. Because if they don't know what is underlying what they're feeling, then that is not going to be transformational. They will be in at the same place they were when they came to you. But when you're deeply present and when you're deeply listening and then being curious and asking open-ended questions, they can go deeper. They can actually discover. It's called discovery conversations. They can start to discover and unpack within themselves the root cause of why they are feeling that way, or the dreams they want to manifest. Again, there could be challenges or opportunities, but it's the same idea. Listen deeply, do not prejudge, do not assume, ask very open-ended questions. And then the process is the 3A process. So I did talk about that. It's about really asking, not telling, holding people as capable and resourceful. The coaching skills is full presence, active listening, and powerful questions. And this is what I talked about, really being present. And when you listen for the essence of what someone is saying. So I could be saying many things and I could describe a situation in a negative way, but the person who is listening can reframe it and show me the essence of who I am in that conversation. So for instance, most mothers talk about their kids, say, oh, I'm so frustrated, my kid did this and this, I'm just so down on myself. Instead of keeping on that track of conversation, which is actually going downwards, and it's valid, not negating any of that, but the power for the person listening, or the power that you can hold, is to switch it and say, you know what? Let's say this is Shala. Shala, I hear what you're saying. What I hear is that you love your kids so much that you want the best of them. So instead of keeping on the track about how kids are frustrating, you can reframe that conversation so that it can have a positive trajectory and now empower them, and they can see a very different perspective. Yes, I do. That is why I feel the way I do. So the power of the reframe in helping people just switch, again, just so that they can become more solution focused. So now to the process that I was talking about. Awareness is always precedes change. So the 3A transformative model is really built on the theory of change. So for you to change anything in your life, you have to be aware of what you need to change. A problem defined is a problem solved. We all know that. So again, deeply digging into what the real issue is, I think is a process. And sometimes people just aim at the symptoms, and then things persist, and they persist because they are not going into the root. It's spring now in Canada. It's, we are starting to garden. And one of the things that my husband is so conscientious of this year is to ensure that he wins the battle over dandelions. And I don't know about you, but dandelions keep coming up. If you don't take them out from the root, they keep coming up, not even season after season, is day after day. If it has rained, if the root is still there, you see the dandelion popping its head back up in the grass. And that's how things are with our lives. If we don't really get to the root cause, we might be solving the same problem, but with different faces. So the idea of building awareness is really holding the space. You know, we talked about bringing ourselves with a space with a loving presence so that we can be able to help someone really unpack what is in there. And when that loving presence is there, we don't need to push. It will come up. You know, we'll go down to the below the waterline in terms of what beliefs are they holding that are counter to what they need to be believing. What limiting beliefs, and we've talked about, you know, the speakers have talked about all the limiting beliefs that we hold against ourselves. What are the values that are being stepped on that are really aggravating them? What are the thoughts that are not in alignment with the best of who they are? So when I came to Saskatoon, I had very young kids, and I applied for a position that was an executive director position of a nonprofit organization called Leadership Saskatoon. I just could not imagine. I mean, I felt the nudge, and you know, we've talked about divine downloads. I definitely have conversations with my God every minute of the day, actually. I'm in constant communication because I definitely live a spirit-empowered life. So when I felt the download, yeah, just go for it. I went for it, but nothing in the physical would have assumed that I would be the right candidate for that. But fortunately, I was the successful candidate, but I felt as though I was completely put in a sphere completely outside my comfort zone. But God always wants to stretch us beyond where we are right now. I had so many limiting beliefs. And, you know, science talks about the imposter syndrome when you're asking yourself, what am I here if they find out who I am? And I don't need to tell all of you that I am a visible minority. That was, you know, one thing that I cannot hide. And back then, it was a small community. I had not seen any other visible minority in such a visible position. So I had to work through all those fears. I had to work through all those self-limiting beliefs. And since then, I've gone from one level of glory to another level of glory. And every time I have to embrace what Shannon said, with God, all things are possible. But our mind sometimes doesn't want us to believe that because of the life experiences that we've had. So again, awareness is really helping someone unpack the limiting beliefs, the values that are being out of whack, because if you're not acting in alignment with our values, then things are not really going to go very well. And how the situation is impacting them. What is it costing you? There's a lot of mental health issues and, you know, non-clinical depressive issues. If there's something that's weighing you down so much, it's time to say, no, you're costing me too much. I need to work through this in a very constructive way. Then after that is all unpacked and you have clarity of what the issue is or the opportunity. I mean, we always don't have to talk about challenges. There are opportunities sometimes that could seem overwhelming, like making a six-figure income. Alignment is about really aligning the ladder of your life against the wall that is going to get you to your destiny. I find that, you know, in life, in this phase where the social media, everybody's, you know, posting about their glorious lives and people are living through other people vicariously, that is a very limited way of living life. But alignment means really aligning, helping the other person align to what's important for them, not what's important for their neighbor, but what's important for them. And as a person of faith, I always, when I'm doing kingdom-based coaching, I ask, what does scripture say about this? What is the objective truth from scripture and what wisdom can we draw on that? So once someone is aligned to their destiny, to what their best values are, then you get to activation. People have to act on their faith. You cannot just have good ideas and not going anywhere. To make the six-figure income, to grow from glory to glory, you have to take some action. And these are questions that would help people build that motivation. They're already inspired because that aligns with their values. But then it's about really building that accountability so that they can actually take the next step. And in my life and in my practice, and I think I've heard from other speakers, is when you take one step, God takes you to the next level. It just keeps going higher and higher. The question is, are you ready to take the next step? So thank you so much. That was my presentation. I hope that you can remember the 3 A's as you encounter conversations on a daily basis. Don't start telling people what to do. Hold the space. Ask them what's going on. Ask them how it's aligning with their highest and best self. And then really inspire them to take action. And that's how we will help speak life to people on a daily basis. I can make a lot of money as an executive coach, but I feel like this is something everyone can enact, and we can start breathing life, speaking life, having other people revive their dreams by seeing that it is possible. Just being able to hold the space and lead people through awareness, alignment, and activation.
Awesome,
So
Betty.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing. We have Charlene, our next speaker, on standby. So I'm going to thank you so much for sharing your story and your gifts with us. And if there's any links you want to share in the chat, make sure to do that. I'm going to move on to our next amazing speaker for today, Charlene Doak-Gebauer. How are you, Charlene?
I'm very well, thank you, Charlotte. How are you?
Very good, thanks. So I'm going to introduce you, Charlene, and then you can take it away. Betty, if you could turn off your video, that would be fantastic. Charlene is a computer and network specialist in education. She has been on several television and radio shows and has presented globally, including Canada, even on Parliament Hill, in the United States, Iceland, Europe, and India. She has been referred to as an expert in online child protection. She is the founder and chair of the Federation Canadian Charity Internet Sense First. Charlene has developed her theory of digital supervision for online child protection. Her compassion and love for children motivates her to share her years of research and theory of digital supervision to different audiences. Too many professionals and entrepreneurs have a spillover effect of stress from home. While they are at work, they worry about their children being online. This inhibits work production. Many parents believe their children know more than they do. Are our children in charge of internet in our homes? Well, we're going to find out. Please welcome the amazing Charlene Doak-Gebauer.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be speaking at this conference today. My topic is, it is all about our approach to life. And what I like to tell everyone is that sometimes we have to learn how to change a negative into a positive. I was born with a number of birth defects that I didn't really know about until I got older. I had a bit of a heart problem. And after I had my son, I was diagnosed with cervical rib problem. And I had to have the rib removed. And that was really major surgery. I was blacking out when I was pregnant, and I was blacking out afterwards. And I tried to turn that negative into a positive by saying, well, my face won't feel like it's being pulled to one side anymore, and I'm going to feel better. And I did feel better. And about 3 months after the surgery, I fell on ice. Well, that was a negative. And the positive was to me that I had a little more time with my baby after he was born. Then after the rib surgery, I was having difficulty in my marriage, and I decided, what can I do? I didn't want to end the marriage, but there was a lot of abuse, physical and emotional. And then I decided, well, I've got to do something. It ended up that I was quite sick. And I thought, well, they say stress can cause these problems. And I ended up going to 27 different specialists in Canada. I'm from London, Ontario, Canada. And I ended up going to the Leahy Clinic in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. And I was diagnosed with systemic lupus. In fact, at one point, I was told you probably should get your affairs in order because things were just not going well at all. I decided, what am I going to do? I have to I have to fix things. What am I going to do to protect my son? And I decided I would leave. And 6 months after I left my first husband, I was completely in remission from lupus. And my doctor said, wow, you know what? I think you get rid of 2 diseases. And I went, oh, okay, and laughed. And the strong positive in leaving was the remission of lupus. And I found out since then, after studying nutrition, that if you have a sulfite allergy, you can have the symptoms of lupus. And mine were quite severe at the time, fluid in the chest, all of that. And I've been in remission since then, never had a problem. My ex-husband cooked with garlic all the time. So this was a negative that I turned into a huge positive. Then I had a major car accident. It was so bad that when my family went to get the license plates off my car, the people at the records said, is this woman still alive? Like, we feel so badly. And my son said, no, she's still living. And the joke in the family was, wow, you must have bones of concrete, because I was fine, but it did cause more problems in my neck because I had WOD 3 whiplash. And they also diagnosed me with a brain aneurysm at the back of the head, where it is connected to the brain, which was pretty much inoperable. And the police said, this is a road rage accident. This fellow was coming up behind me and just about tailgating me the whole way. And when I stopped, he ran into me. And it caused my whole trunk to go into the front seat of the driver. And I survived. So when he said it was a road rage accident, he said, you need to maybe have a lawsuit. And I did. And the diagnosis of brain aneurysm was twice. And I went to court, and we settled. And it was outside of court. It was a court outside of court, actually, an examination for discovery. So going in for the lawsuit was a positive thing. The third MRI that I had, they said, oh, by the way, you don't have brain aneurysm. That was a bad image. And I went, how on earth could a person not have a brain aneurysm after all of this? They said, no, it was a bad image. You're fine. And I kept going. And the positive there was, I kept saying to my husband through all of it, well, I hope I don't implode. I was trying to make light of it. And the more we make light of things, the more we have a chance of surviving. It's positive attitude, positive way of getting through things. I was terrified afterwards of even driving in the mountains of New Hampshire and Vermont. We kept elevating, and I was fine. And then I decided, well, maybe I can go on a trip. So we flew to Europe, and no problem. And I've since then become very relaxed about what's going on. Well, then I get news that I have a relative that was used for internet child pornography. That was very difficult. And I thought, what can I do to help this relative and my family? And nothing I could do. I discovered child pornography as a network administrator on a private computer. That was huge, because when a family member has experienced that, then you see it, you start seeing what the child went through. It was horrific. So I thought, what can I do now? That child was then killed by a drunk driver at the age of 22. This caused huge trauma in my family. Trauma that I thought, what can I do to change things here? You are a computer science specialist in education. You're a network administrator. What can I do to use my skills to change this negative into a positive? I sat down and started looking up the crime and realized the proliferation of this crime was astronomical. And I thought, well, maybe I'll create a charity in memory of my family member and in support of all victims, because I was realizing there are multiple victims around the world suffering through this. And I decided I would start a charity. And I launched the papers for the charity the day after the drunk driver was convicted for killing my relative. And I haven't looked back. So I'm turning the negative into a positive. And we talk about wealth. The greatest wealth I have is when I look into my family's eyes, particularly my sister, who was the mother of the child that was killed. And I see that perhaps there is a bit of light there because her eyes were totally dead. She lost her child when she was 4 through the child pornography, which was done by neighbors, by the way. We always think when we leave our children to play at a neighbor's house for an hour or two that it's fine. It was not. And then that child was killed by a drunk driver. How do you overcome that? And every time I get a success with my charity, I call my sister and say, you're the first one. This is what's happened. I spoke on Parliament Hill. I've been to Greenland, Iceland, Europe, India, the United States speaking. And I've changed the negative into a positive for other people and communities. So I sat down and I had a friend of mine. She was actually a supply teacher for me in the high school. And I said, Heather, these are my thoughts. What do you think? And she realized I was making up some slideshows, and I decided the charity would be to support victims by giving them money for therapy for the trauma that they've experienced, which is a lifelong trauma, and that I would make it an educational therapy for all parents, all professionals, so that they could learn about what to do to protect their children online. And she said, well, write a book. And I said, well, Heather, I've never written a book. And she said, Charlene, sit down, type. You type 90 words a minute, write a book. I've written several. You can do this. So I sat down and started writing the book. And I thought, okay, what am I going to put in the book? And I put in the history of the family and the history of child pornography, and realized that this is an even bigger issue than I thought. And I thought, what am I going to call this? I've got to call it something. So I called it My Theory of Digital Supervision. And I've written 2 books. My second book is called The Internet, Our Children in Charge. And we have to realize that our children are in charge of the internet in our homes. How often have we heard parents say, my kid knows so much more than I do? And I tell them, our children are not geniuses because they can operate digital devices. Our children are operating very user-friendly devices. And we have to stop thinking that a screen can babysit our children. It cannot. Predation is huge online. It's not just unknowns. The most growing group out there is the peer-to-peer victimizers. These are people asking our children to give them nudes, to masturbate online, to tape their sex acts online, to tape them violently assaulting other people. Digital supervision, I have divided into 3 parts so that it is user-friendly. The first part is awareness. Awareness is the biggest part because too many people will say, oh, yeah, I know there's stuff online, my kids shouldn't be on it and things like that. The awareness is huge because this is a far greater threat than people realize, and this is global. It is not just in Canada, North America, not in the Caribbean or Africa. It is in every country in the world that our children are very vulnerable online. The awareness is key. It's the only way people are going to start realizing they have to start digitally supervising their children. This is the most independent generation in the history of the world. Think about it. They're on these cell phones all the time. Parents are not even looking at what they're doing on their cell phones. There are predators on all online games. People will ask me, Charlene, what is the worst social media that kids can be on? And I tell them, come on now, it's all of them. There's a lot of online streaming. Predators love online streaming, and so do peer-to-peer victimizers because they have less chance of being caught. The second part to digital supervision is method. How can we supervise our children online? And it is possible. And I've designed it to be very user-friendly. As a computer science specialist in education and having taught advanced programming, as well as developmental kids at computers, I can tell you that I have made sure that it is very user-friendly so that parents are not throwing their hands up in despair and saying, I have no idea, I will not do this. My kids are fine. We are giving too much ownership to our children for their decisions online. We have to stop doing that. People are going into schools and telling kids, this is what you have to look out for. Think about it. They're 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 years old. They do not know how to differentiate between a good communication and a bad one. Heaven's sakes, there are enough adults that don't know. We have to update our traditional parenting skills to incorporate digitized parenting, meaning use digital supervision to supervise our children. And then there's hope. Hope is huge. Anytime we start something new, we have to have hope. Are we going to be able to do this? I have had several parents that have said, I'm practicing digital supervision in my home and I cannot believe the difference in our house. My kids know that we are now in charge of what is going on online. Right now, I'll give you an idea, one idea of digital supervision. People have the router in a common place in their home, usually. It's easily accessible. Parents will call me from around the world and say, oh, I can't get my kid offline. And I tell them, you need to have the router in a specific area that is only accessible to the parents. And that would be in a locked closet. I advise most parents put it in the parental bedroom, turn it off when you're done at night. That's usually 10 or 11 at night. And your children are not online all night. That's huge. Number one, you're controlling the access to the internet of your children, but you are also saying, we are in charge. And most people that do that say, I could not believe the difference when I moved the router. Being in charge of the internet is going to save lives. You also ask your children to dock their cell phones at night. And that should be in the parental bedroom as well. There should be a charger and all cell phones are docked at night so that the children are not online all night, either through cell phone or gaming or anything else. Once we start doing that, then we can start saying we're getting to the point that we are in charge of the internet. And this turns a huge negative into a big positive in your household. How many of you have tried to take a cell phone away from one of your children? They usually go absolutely ballistic. And too many people don't discuss this with other parents. I have written a book, The Internet, Our Children in Charge, and I had one parent buy 6 more copies to give to the parents of their friends, of their kids' friends. And these parents are now exchanging ideas on how they are supervising their children online. You cannot just give rules to your children. Rules are made to be broken. If you are not looking at the devices, you are not supervising your children. We have children to bring them into this world to protect them. We're there to make sure we guide them in their communications. How are you going to know if your child is a bully, a victim, or possibly contemplating suicide? You don't know unless you're supervising children online on these devices directly. Turn a huge negative into your lives into a positive. Discuss it with your children. Have a digital supervision contract, which I have on the charity website, a sample, internetsensefirst.com. If you go there, use that digital supervision contract so that you can start creating rules for your children. Release the stress in your homes, because people that do not talk about this, they are keeping that inside. This is a problem that is worldwide. When I spoke in India, I spoke in Iceland, Europe, the United States, everywhere, they always say and they whisper, this is a huge problem in our country. You've got to come back and speak. And I tell them, no need to whisper about it. This is a problem around the world. I've researched now for 7 years. Every school I speak in, the principal will say, we have had kids charged in this school for producing and distributing. You may not realize that your child, if they are taking a nude of themselves with a cell phone and they're under the age of 18, in most countries, they are producing child pornography. And because you pay for that cell phone program, you are in possession of child pornography. How much do you want to have that conversation with the police? Because there are children around the world doing this and parents horrified that this is what their children are doing. There are children in some states in the United States that are on the sex registry for life because they are producing and distributing child pornography, even though it is of their own body. If they're under the age of 18, they are producing and distributing. There is a predator handbook online that tells people how to target children, find the most lonely one. And yes, if you have a filter attached to your router, a hardware filter, which I advise for digital supervision, that's excellent. It will tell you where your kids are going. It will control the websites they're on. But once those kids get on a gaming server, they are on a different server altogether. Your hardware filter doesn't work on that type of situation. You need to know what your children are doing and following my methods of digital supervision. This is a very brief introduction to digital supervision. But if you see that I have changed negatives into positives in my life, and a huge negative, my family member being killed by a drunk driver after her innocence was killed when she was only 4 years old. This is what I call my wealth. I am trying to get the word out around the world about digital supervision. And I am willing to speak anywhere about it. I have spoken in several different countries. I've spoken in several different virtual conferences. In fact, digital supervision I am using at a conference in Canada and asked by the Canada Peace Research Association on how digital supervision can be used for world peace. Because if people are practicing digital supervision, they would know better if their child is taking a gun and wanting to shoot up a school or wanting to do a terrorist attack. As soon as we get the internet gateway into our home, our responsibilities are huge. It's only a matter of time before people say, well, you should know what your child is doing. How did they get that gun? Because these kids plan everything they do online. It's all about our approach in life. Let's change these negatives into huge positives. I have done it all my life and unknowingly so. My father always said, Charlene, you could fall into an outhouse and come out smelling like a rose. It's all in our attitude. How are we going to change a negative into a positive? And folks, parenting, if you are a professional, look at the holistic side of the child. Digital supervision. Digital supervision is so important. And I see that my time is up. I put a timer on. I thank you so much for your attention. Your approach, negative into a positive, and please digital supervision for our kids. Thank you so much, Charla.
Thank you, Charlene, for the important work that you do and for sharing that with us today. And if you want to drop a link, I know I sent that out to everybody in terms of, your contact information and your website, but even if you want to drop it in the chat, if anybody has any questions, I know you resonated with some ladies that really found value in what you shared with us today. So be sure to share that and stay connected with Charlene. And we're going to roll into our next amazing speaker today. So Ashley, if you could turn on your sound in your video. Are you there, Ashley? Actually, I do not see her in my panelists right now. Oh, you're here. Maybe you logged in on the participant link. Okay, let me see if I can add you through the attendees. So I think maybe when I sent you the participant link, promote to panelist. There we go. Now you should be good. Hey, Ashley, how are you?
Hi, good to see you, Charla. Thank you so much.
Great to see you as well. Where are you joining us from, Ashley?
I'm joining from Newport Beach, California. So happy to be here and listen to so many amazing women this morning. It's been great.
For sure. So I'm going to introduce you, Ashley, and then you can take it away. So Ashley Mansour, is that how you say your last name, or is it Mansour?
Mansour, that's
Mansour
fine.
Is a book strategist, writing coach, and the author of 2 #1 Amazon bestsellers. She is the founder and CEO of LA Writing Coach, which serves clients all over the United States and internationally. She has over 8 years of experience in entertainment and digital media, working as a writer, executive, and award-winning film producer. Her work has been influenced on KTLA, Fox, Beyond 50 Radio, and in publications such as People Magazine, Nylon, Rolling Stone, and the Huffington Post. Ashley teaches busy entrepreneurs how to build their expert profile, make an impact, and grow their businesses beyond 6 figures through the power of their book. Her coaching, best-selling books, and programs help busy business owners, creative professionals, and entrepreneurs become accomplished authors and finish their first book in just 90 days. Ashley's clients receive rapid transformation in her programs and learn the strategies and systems necessary to become a faster, better writer and a more influential entrepreneur virtually overnight. Her proprietary methodology, the TAP method, shared in her #1 Amazon bestseller, The Writer's Success Code, has helped hundreds of people with their books and countless others become successful storytellers for the very first time. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Ashley.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. I've got some slides for you. It's a real pleasure to be here today and speak alongside so many amazing women, so many inspirational voices today. So I have got a ton of value for you. I'm basically going to drop all the knowledge that I've acquired in the last few years of becoming a successful authorpreneur, which means that I leverage my books to grow my business. So that's what I'm going to pour into you today in my talk, Your Next Level, how to monetize your knowledge and scale to 6 figures and beyond with the power of a book. Let's dive in, get your notebooks ready. There's a ton of stuff in here, so be prepared to take some notes, and I hope there's some questions in the chat later on. So here's what I'm gonna do in this talk today. I'm gonna show you why a book is the #1 authority building asset that you need in 2021. I'm gonna give you exactly what you need to complete a full-length quality book in 90 days or less. This is the same stuff that I teach all of my authors, all my clients, to actually help them become first-time authors. So that's what I specialize in. I specialize in helping people overcome the barrier of writing the first draft of their very first book. And I'll show you why that's so important in this talk. I'm also going to teach you the secret to generate 6 figures from your book, regardless of how many copies you actually sell. Ready? Okay, let's dive right into it. So Charla already introduced me. I won't spend a ton of time, but what I do is I help people go from idea all the way to book deal or idea to bestseller. I really help them move the needle and build an authority building book. So I'm the creator of something called the TAP method. It's a leading technology that's helped many people become authors and bestsellers. So I'm an author myself. I've best sold on Amazon and internationally. So I understand exactly how to do this. I believe that your book is the #1 thing that you need now more than ever. I'm going to show you why I believe that. But I also believe that writing a book should not take you years and years. It shouldn't be painful or difficult. It actually should be fun and joyous. So it shouldn't take away time from your business or what you love doing most. And I'm going to show you the strategy that I use in order to write my books. So why a book is the #1 authority building asset in 2021. So I know you guys know this, but look how many people, influencers, speakers, we've even heard it today in the talk, how many people, how many of my fellow women speakers have authored books and how important those books have been in their journey of influencing, impacting, and sharing their message with the world. So we know the power of books. Intrinsically, we understand that. And look at just how many experts out there have their books and are using their books to share their message and make an impact in the world. But we might wonder, why do all these successful experts drive their business growth with their books? Why are they so intrinsically connected? And it's because books help experts thrive. You know, they give you unmatched prestige and credibility. They help you be seen as that leading authority. Of course, they bring new speaking and revenue opportunities your way. They help you attract premium clients, attain impact and global reach. And of course, a book is able to help you grow a fan base, a following, and your network. So really, really valuable. And I'd like to say that a book in the expert space is going to expand three things: your audience, your impact, and your income. So if you are in the expert space, it's a really critical tool that you need now more than ever. I also say that the expert with a book is an opportunity magnet, meaning it draws people and opportunities to you. It's the #1 way to build relationship capital as an expert, because it allows you to share your knowledge in the pages of your book. And that was exactly my story. So in 2019, I started my business and I wrote my book about my signature methodology, the TAP method. I was really keen on influencing people and sharing what I had learned that helped make me successful with my previous book. So I wanted to disseminate that knowledge, and that's why I wrote the book, The Writer's Success Code. In 2020, I leveraged my book to skyrocket my business and go from 0 to multiple 6 figures. And I did this in the middle of the pandemic, by the way. So with one simple book, I attracted over 50 premium clients. I booked out my schedule, and I created masterminds and coaching programs from this one book that I created, this nonfiction book. And I talk about this not to brag, but to show you what is possible with the power of a book and how influential they can be. So like I said, I did all of this in the pandemic. I wasn't working myself to death. I wasn't burning out. I wasn't taking away time from my family or the other things that I really enjoyed doing. I was able to do all of it because of the TAP method. So as you know, I created 2 proprietary methods, the TAP method and the pay system, to help other people achieve these results. It's what I coach my authors in. And now I take clients all the way from idea to book deal, or idea to bestseller and profitability, because I do believe authors should be compensated for the amazing knowledge they have, the experience they share, and the work that they do in the world. So I want to show you how I'm helping others, introduce you to some amazing authors so you can see what's possible. We can break down some of the limitation associated with writing a book and making a book profitable, because so often we're told books don't sell, nobody buys books, nobody reads books. We're told a lot of negative things about books. And in fact, that goes against what's really true, because what's really true is so many experts rely upon books to build their businesses, to impact others, and grow their influence in the world. So I want you to meet Brandon. He's the founder and CEO of Frank and Maven Marketing. Brandon had been struggling for 2 years trying to write his book when I first met him. And you know, in working with me, we basically got his book done in record time. And he actually wrote and published his first ever business book called The Maven Marketer. We launched his book to #1 bestseller status in multiple categories virtually overnight, which was a game changer for Brandon. And now he's leveraging that book to attract high-paying clients. He's generated over 5 figures in new revenue since launch. So meet Tia. Tia is an amazing human being. She's the founder of Arrive at Happy, which is a happiness company based in Los Angeles, California. And with my program, she finished her book in 7 weeks, and then afterwards landed 2 interested publishers within days of submitting. She signed a deal with her dream publisher. Her book is coming out in January. And, you know, really interesting part of the story, after she signed the deal, the other publisher came back and basically said, we want the next book that you write. So this is what's possible for you. Tia was a first-time author too. And I want to share with you a quote from my mentor and a really influential coach, He's the CEO of the #1 fastest growing business and personal development coaching company in America in 2020. He says Ashley is a powerful book coach with a totally unique methodology that takes aspiring authors from idea to bestseller. She gets results for her clients and helps them achieve breakthroughs in their mindsets and create amazing, profitable, and best-selling books. Thank you to David Bayer for this amazing comment. So I want to say that if you have a book you want to get out there, if you've been thinking about it, you have the seed of an idea, this is your greatest opportunity to write, publish, and make an impact with your book. Because now more than ever, with everything we've been through as a world, as a country, the world does need your expertise, your knowledge, and what you have to say. It needs your authority now more than ever. People really do need real help, which is why it's time for you to write your book. But there is a problem. Unfortunately, most first-time authors, they don't know exactly where to start or how to ensure their book will match their level of expertise and authority. I'm sure you can relate to this. They become confused and often overwhelmed by the blank page. And I find that this is very paralyzing. It introduces self-doubt and fear. So they also make one simple mistake. I've seen this over and over and over again. I've also lived it myself, and it leads them to hit a wall and ultimately give up on their book. So this is what I want to share with you. I want to help you understand what that mistake is so that you don't make it when it comes time for you to write your amazing book and share it with the world. This mistake is why 81% of Americans who dream of writing and publishing a book, of that percentage, only 1% actually ever accomplish this dream. So let's talk about what the #1 mistake is so that you can avoid it for yourself. It's very simple. It's a focus on craft, not strategy. This is the mistake that so many first-time authors make. Craft becomes an obsession, and strategy is treated as a nice to have. It's neglected, right? So we really need to understand this distinction so that we can create our books faster, better, and have an amazing result. Strategy is essential. I'm going to show you why. So what's the difference between craft versus strategy? Well, craft is like the craft of writing plays. It's a skill. It's an ability. It's your capability. It's how good you are at a thing. Whereas strategy focuses on the end goal, the outcome, such as a stratagem toward the end goal. So very different. They're very, very different. Craft is a skill. Strategy is the method that gets you where you want to go. So you can see how they function in very different ways and how focus on craft doesn't have the end goal in mind. So it can really leave us wandering. So here's why you need a strategy. Strategy is always the primer for a successful outcome in anything we do. It supports, stabilizes, and strengthens your craft, much like a tripod supports, strengthens, and stabilizes the camera on top that's performing the artistic capture of life and people, right? So we need that foundation. We need the tripod. We need the support of a strategy in order to have our best craft come forward, okay? This is why we need a strategy. I'm gonna make you aware of some common craft-focused mindsets. Let's see if any of these might resonate with you. Writing a book is really hard and takes considerable time. I've heard this so often. Writing a book is like opening a vein and bleeding out the words. Or what if I'm a terrible writer? These are concerns that come up. I'm worried the book won't be good enough, won't turn out as I imagined, or it might be bad. What if I can't get it published? That's a common concern, right? I'm not really qualified to write a book. I'm not a real writer. So we can see how these are focused on the craft and not the strategy piece. And then my favorites, what I want to say has been said before, and who am I to write this book? These are all doubts and all things that come up around the craft-focused mindset. It's all about how good you are as a writer, your skill, your ability, and not the strategy that's going to get you to that finished book that's selling, best-selling, and making an impact in the world. A craft-focused mind functions really, really specifically. It's why we have things like writer's block, procrastination, the starting and stopping on a book, but never really getting it over the line. It's why people never get started at all. It's why they don't finish and they give up halfway. And it's why they feel discouraged and doubtful of themselves because they're only thinking about how good they are, their skill, their ability, and not the end goal. And also it leads, of course, to never taking action because of that doubt and that fear. A strategy-focused mind is very different by comparison, right? This is where we have clear goals and outcomes. We have commitment with no excuses because of the end goal. You can be in tune with your purpose of actually writing the book, and it provides focus. It provides accountability. It provides being able to take action in spite of the risk or fear, right? So I want to introduce you to a strategy I use. I use it for my books. I use it for my authors' books. It's what I teach them. It's a strategy for everyone. It works for all first-time authors. And that is the TAP method. So the TAP method stands for the 3 things that you need to master to get your book done and in a position to sell very well. It's time, accountability, and process. That's what it stands for, the TAP method: time, accountability, and process. So these 3 things are basically, here's the overview of how they function. With the TAP method, we turn doubt, confusion, and uncertainty around writing into confidence, clarity, and certainty. So when you put the 3 things together, you need all 3 of them. You need them all functioning really, really well. You're able to achieve this level of confidence, clarity, and certainty. So you need to have, for example, a mastering time, which creates predictability. You need accountability, which creates clear focus. And you need to master process, which gives you clarity on how to go from start to finish with your book. So it's a really quick overview for you, but I want to show you how it actually all works together. Now, the TAP method is a game changer, and here is why. Oops, some bullets here are a little out of order, but I'll walk you through that. 100% of authors who use the TAP method finish their books in 8 weeks or less. And one of my authors actually just finished his book in 3 weeks. So it happened today. He finished his book. So I wanted to throw this in here and show you just how fast you can write a book when you're clear. You heard one of the women mention today that she wrote her book in 5 weeks because she was so fired up. And I would argue that probably she had time mastered, accountability mastered, and process mastered. So the TAP method creates a whole bunch of things like predictability, speed, consistency, and follow through. And it tackles those common pitfalls of writer's block, of procrastination, and really helps you write a book faster, better, and produce a book that's actually going to relate to your business. It's going to actually help you grow your authority and your impact in the world. So normally this is where I would teach you the TAP method. I would go through T, A, and P, but because of timing, what I'm going to do instead is gift you my book, The Writer's Success Code, where I teach the TAP method in full. And there will be a link in the chat to go ahead and get your free copy, because I think this is the most concise way. It's for everybody to grab the book, read the book, and you have the methodology there. You have all the templates that I use. It's my gift to you. So I hope that that is helpful and will get you moving on the book that you want to create. So now let's get to the juicy part, which is how to leverage your book to create 6 figures, regardless of how many copies you actually sell. It's pretty straightforward. There is a secret to this, and it's by understanding one fundamental principle that most first-time authors overlook. You can actually be very profitable, generate those 6 figures, regardless of how many copies you sell of your book. So this is what I'm so excited to share with you, because it's often missed. And the secret is, don't sell your book. Leverage your book instead. It's so counterintuitive, but let me show you and unpack how this works. A quick case study for you. My book, The Writer's Success Code, it shares my proprietary methodology, the TAP method, as you know. And first, what I did is I achieved bestseller status on Amazon to provide credibility and attract clients to me. Then what I did is I gave my book away for free. I still do, obviously, and I share it widely in presentations and talks. In 2020 alone, I gave around 5,000 copies of this book away. That's a lot of copies of a book. And you might be saying, why the heck is she giving so many books away for free? But here's the thing. I actually generated nearly $250,000 in revenue. So let me show you how. So this is the model of the typical model, the old way of thinking about selling books, which is you sell the books, you sell 5,000 copies, So if I'd sold my 5,000 copies at $2 a piece, let's say, for example, in profit, that would be one way of thinking about it. On the other hand, what I did instead was I gave away 5,000 copies, generating 500 premium leads and converting 50 people, say at, for example, at around $2,000 each into one of my products or programs. So this is a very different model here. And so you can see how on the one hand, if I were to sell the book, I would need to make 5,000 sales to just generate $10,000. That's a lot of book sales, and it really limits my ability to make an impact and help people because of the low revenue there. Now you can see on the other side that it's just 50 sales needed to make $100,000 when I'm leveraging the book instead. The leverage is the upward momentum. The selling is the downward pressure, and it's just so much easier when you can see the distinction here and leverage your book instead of trying to sell it. So what are you selling? What would be that $2,000 offer, for example? Well, of course, you need to have a value ladder. You need to have assets to sell. These are some of the things that you can sell attached to your book. Just check out all the different opportunities. You can sell membership programs that are doing well. Of course, high ticket coaching programs. You can sell online courses. The list is endless. So take a screenshot of this because there's a lot of different things in here. And I'm sure you can come up with your own idea of what you would sell to leverage your book instead of trying to make those individual sales. So don't sell your book, leverage your book instead. That's the fastest way to six figures. And of course, we know that that is a real important needle mover when you're trying to make an impact, grow your business, and help other people. So don't sell your book, leverage your book. I want to share with you that David Meltzer shared his #1 use of his marketing budget this year. He said, "My greatest sales have come from not selling my book. It's the best marketing tool." And if you don't know David, you should absolutely follow him. Really influential guy, and he's got a lot to say that's really helpful for entrepreneurs. So this is why I say your book is the #1 authority building asset that you need this year. And I would really encourage you to grab my book so that you can get started in writing yours. Remember a few key things from this super lightning fast talk. There's never been a better time to write your book and get it out in the world because people need real help. Coming out of the pandemic, people are wanting to learn, they're wanting to expand, and you could be the person to really help them through your book. The world needs your story, your knowledge, your expertise, and authority now more than ever. And there's an opportunity to expand your audience, your impact, and your income. It's an exponential opportunity. Each one of you has an amazing book that you can write. I really, truly believe that. I've seen it time and time again. What you need is a proven strategy to help you go from idea to a profitable bestseller. That's why I would encourage you to think about what I've taught you today, but also grab my free book so that you can learn how to do it. And remember, nothing done well is by accident. Success is always preceded by a strategy. So find a strategy that works for you. And I would encourage you to try out the TAP method because it really is a game changer. And if you want some help along the way, of course, that's what I'm all about. I will share with you a couple ways I can help you. The first one is grab my bestseller, get it for free. Visit writingcoachla.com. That's where you can learn all about what I do. Grab the copy of your book. Get started today if you want to. It's a 7-day action guide for a reason so that you can go from idea all the way to finished plans for your book in just a week, 1 week. And so it can really be a needle mover. And lastly, I'm opening up my schedule for a few people. If you want to talk with me one-to-one in a private setting, get free 60 minutes of strategizing about your book. There will be a link in the chat. So go ahead and click the link and book a time to talk with me. I don't pass you off to another one of my coaches. You're going to talk to me directly. And here's what we're going to do. On the call, we'll dig deep into your vision for your book and uncover why it's important to you. We'll also strategize what might be holding you back from getting it out there into the world. And I'm also going to help you identify in that call what you need to do in the next 90 days to hit your goals, write your book, and get it published. We're pretty laser focused on the call. We'll also cover whether your book does have bestseller potential and what other opportunities exist beyond publishing. So how else can you make money and have an impact with your book? Remember, this call is my gift to you. It's absolutely free. So there's no, cost to have this hour with me. So go ahead and grab that hour. This is for speakers, experts, entrepreneurs, coaches, people with a revenue generating business that they actually want to continue to grow into 2021. You must be willing to invest in your book, be open to learning how to leverage it to grow your existing business. You must want to get your book published widely and bestseller through traditional or self-publishing. The mode doesn't matter. It's the intent that really matters. And you also must be willing to learn how to make money from your book, how to sell. It's no good writing a book that isn't going to sell and actually impact and reach readers. So selling is an important aspect to the process. And you must be committed and show up fully for the call. So click the link in the chat to schedule your time with me. It's been my pleasure to share with you what I know, lightning quick in this talk this morning. And I want to share with you my why before I sign off. My mission in 2021 is to help 1,000 people become first-time authors. I know it's a huge goal, but maybe you can help with that and just pass on the TAP method to others, share my book, because I want people to share their knowledge, lead powerful, profitable businesses, and change the world through the better through their expertise and their experience. And I truly believe that everybody here has the knowledge or experience that can help improve the world. We've already seen it in the speakers this morning. I'm sure there are many more people out there that also can improve the world. And so my why, of course, I would love for you to be my next success story, my next Tia, Brandon. It would be amazing if that's the case. So if we feel it might be a great fit to work together on the call, we can explore what that's like. And if not, that's okay too.
Thanks so much, Ashley. That was awesome.
Thank you, Charlotte. It's my pleasure.
Anxiously awaiting in the wings here. We went a little bit over time, but that's okay. We're running a little behind schedule, but we're doing our best to catch up. But thanks so much for that free gift. And
Thank
make sure
you.
get your copy, because I know we have tons of authors on the call today and aspiring authors. And
Wonderful.
so that's a big struggle that a lot of women have for sure. So thanks so much for sharing that. So
Thank you.
Ingrid, if you want to turn on your sound in your video, I would love to introduce you. Hi, Ingrid. If you want to turn your, there it is.
Yes. Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, where are you joining us from today, Ingrid?
From sunny Orlando, Florida.
You look so beautiful and sunny in that beautiful yellow top or dress.
Thank
so
you.
I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away, Ingrid. So Ingrid Lamour Thomas is an international motivational speaker 4 times. Amazon best-selling author and the founder of the Green Light Movement LLC, which empowers successful professional career women approaching or over 40 who feel stuck behind and wondering about their purpose. That it's not too late to boldly chase their dreams. As a confidence strategist and image consultant, she helps women become more confident by looking great on the outside while feeling great on the inside so that they can show up bolder, put their best foot forward, and go after what they want while looking chic. Ingrid is also the founder and CEO of Beloved Children and Family Services Foundation, serving both in her homeland, Haiti, and her community in Orlando, Florida. Its mission is to provide services, education, nutrition, and basic life necessities to children and families from low socioeconomic communities. Please welcome the amazing Ingrid.
Charlotte, can you please give me permission to record, please? Or it doesn't work?
Don't worry, Ingrid, I will send the recording.
Okay, never mind. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. This is a wonderful quote by Bob Marley. My name is Ingrid Lamour Thomas. I am here before you to let you know that you can look great in the middle of the storm, in the middle of your circumstances, in spite of your obstacles. Have you ever had to deal with fear and doubt in your ability to push through in the middle of the storm? Have you ever had to deal with hesitation, double-mindedness, low self-esteem, intimidation while going through a tough time? What is the playlist that's constantly playing in your mind? What's that playlist? Is it fear reminding you that you are currently going through a lot to be showing up online to be showing up to share your story, be vulnerable, or even show your face to the world? Or is it your own negative chatter in your own mind telling you that you are not ready, that you don't have what it takes, you're not qualified, you made too many mistakes, and better yet, that you should sit this one down, you should let XYZ opportunity pass you by because of the circumstances you're going through, because of the hell you are currently going through? Whether it is sickness or disease, divorce, loss of employment, or even being underemployed. Well, let me encourage you today to look fear in the eyes and declare, I am worth it. I am capable and I am enough. See, you must realize that you can no longer afford to stop and stare at the mountain just because it appears to be gigantic. You gotta do it. You gotta do it this time because you are worth it. You are enough. You gotta run on and see what the other side of fear is, because there lies your breakthrough. Because there lies my breakthrough. How many of you can resonate with me? How many of you can resonate with these questions and you've had to deal with fear and doubt, the negative chatter in your own mind, telling you that you are not qualified, that you don't have what it takes? If it's you, put in the chat, it's me. Let me know that you are not alone, that I'm not alone. Yes, Susan, I see you. Yes, Christine. Yes. So today I want to share with you 3 things that I've discovered about looking great in the middle of the storm. Number 1, we'll talk about, does looking great matter? Does being intentional about how you look matter? Number 2, when you look great, you feel great. Number 3, never, ever look like what you are going through or what you've been through. But before I share those 3 takeaways with you, I'd love to share, to tell you why I'm so passionate about this topic and tell you a little bit about my story. Is that okay with you? Do I have your permission to share with you? Thank you. I know the way I look exudes confidence, is very appealing. It conveys style. I know that my bio sounded great and that I've accomplished a lot, but my bio doesn't tell you everything. Here's what my bio doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you that for years I've had to shrink myself around others just to make them feel comfortable. I had to deal with fear and doubt and hesitation for years. That's what I had to deal with. I had colleagues, coworkers, friends trying to suppress me just because somehow I just shine too bright. There's just something about her I just don't like, they'd say. When I use the way I dress to camouflage what I'm going through. I always push through, dress the part, but never let others know what I'm going through. Never show it. I keep a smile on my face and keep going. Last year was a trying year for me with my health, and for countless others, right? So many of us had to deal with that, but it was something else for me. First, in March 2020, I was diagnosed with hyperthyroidism, Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disease. but which by the grace of God and a lot of research on my part and the fortitude to implement what I've learned, I was able to tackle it and treat it only by taking natural supplements and vitamins. And today I'm blessed to report that my thyroid is now back to its normal function. And that diagnosis was a blessing in disguise, though, because it helped me to be more laser focused on my health and become my best health advocate. But there was a bigger battle coming. See, as I am sitting before you today at the One Woman Fearless Women Summit, sharing my story, I just completed chemotherapy treatment a month ago. And exactly 6 months ago, this week, I almost died. I suddenly got sick, had internal bleeding, come to find out, and had to be rushed to emergency surgery. But God is good. It could have been worse. I'm still here and I'm still alive. In the midst of dealing with body image issues, losing my hair, feeling the terrible symptoms of chemotherapy treatment, I didn't let that stop me from putting my best foot forward, coming before you, look great, and share my story, because I am victorious and I am already healed. My mom used to say, never wear how you feel. Never let it show on your face or how you dress. She'd say, fix your face, put on some lipstick, put your best foot forward, and wear a nice smile on your face and face the world, she would say. I know that this circumstance, these challenging days, have been for my good and the glory of God. What was meant to take me out is taking me through. And I'm coming out on the other side, healed, victorious, and much, much more stronger woman. Yes, I am. So now let me give you the 3 takeaways, the 3 things that I've discovered about looking great while going in the middle of the storm. I know since 2020, we've all been dressing from the waist up, right? In this digital world, this virtual world that we are in. But looking great does matter. It might not be fair for some or true for others, but it does matter. Don't get me wrong, no one wants to be judged solely by their outward appearance. But looking great does matter. If you are a speaker like me, it captivates your audience. It's also a great first impression. It opens doors for you. It's a conversation starter. For example, if you are wearing a statement like necklace like I am, or a statement earrings, that's people will approach you and start conversations with you. So it's a conversation starter. It's also a way for you to connect with others. So looking great does matter. It shows that you care about yourself and about how you present yourself to the world. I always say, every day is a job interview. I am dressed for where I'm going, not where I am. So I invite you to be authentic to yourself, play on your personality, and find your own style, even if you're going through a storm in your life. Number 2, when you look great, you feel great. We all know that when you look great, you feel great. Personally, I know that. Personally, looking great does make me feel great. It's always been something that's mine. It's something that just makes me feel confident. It makes me feel good. And wherever I go, I can put my best foot forward. I can just walk tall and I can just exude confidence because I know that I am dressed apart and I belong there. So it also helps me with that. Looking great also elevates my confidence. And I know that it will do the same for you. That's also what I teach in my 4-week online course, Look Great, Feel Great. It's a style and confidence course. It helps to boost your confidence. For the women newing or over 40 who find themselves in a style rut, who is trying to revitalize her style, and that it's not too late. I want to share with you that it's not too late. You can still find your style, whether you lost it, whether it's something that you kind of put in a back burner, but you can still show up online or wherever you are, ready to go, looking great and make a great first impression. Number 3, never, ever look like what you've been through, or better yet, what you are currently going through. You don't have to dress with no intentionality. You don't have to dress in rags, so to speak, just to feel, well, I just want to feel comfortable. But you can still feel comfortable and look cute, right? Amen, somebody. Right? You can still look good while you are in the middle of the storm, because that's part of walking in faith. Faith can show up as not looking or refusing to look like what you are currently going through or what you've been through. That's part of faith. So put your best foot forward, my sister, while all hell is breaking loose around you. Pay attention to how you look, to how you present yourself online, to how you show up online. First impression does matter. How we look does matter. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So to wrap up today, I wanted to remind you what I share with you, the 3 things that I've discovered about looking great in the middle of the storm. Number 1, does being intentional about how you look matter? Yes, it does. Number 2, when you look great, you do feel great. And I have my online course that speaks about that, that teaches you about that. And number 3, never, ever, ever, ever look like what you've been through or what you are currently going through. See, I am facing challenging times, but I do not look like what I've been through. Praise God for that. If you're going through something right now, challenging times, sickness or disease, I want you to know that you are not alone. I see you. But I want to remind you also that you are a victor. You are victorious. I want to encourage you to put your best foot forward and not look like what you've been through. And you are worth it. You are worth it. Sometimes the best thing we can put on our face is a smile while things are not the way we want it to be. So I invite you today to smile, my sister. Smile, because God is working, so smile. And I invite you to take fear in one hand, your destiny, your purpose, your legacy in the other, and move forward. Just go. You've been given the green light to look great, chase your dreams without against all odds. You have the green light to go forward. And I'm giving you the green light to go forward in your plans, for your dreams, to chase them, make a difference, leave your legacy. I'm giving you the green light to do that today. You can connect with me on IG, Facebook, and Clubhouse at Ingrid Motivates with an S at the end. Ingrid Motivates. And to sign up for my upcoming online course, Look Great, Feel Great, you can go to www.thegreenlightmovement.info, and I'll put everything in the chat when I'm done. So I want to thank you for your time. Thank you, Charla, Jackie, and Fearless Women for this opportunity. Remember, whatever you do, do it with style, do it with confidence, and looking chic. My name is Ingrid Lomu-Thomas, founder of the Green Light Movement, confidence strategist, and image consultant. Blessings to you all.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ingrid. And yes, be sure to put those links in the chat. Ingrid's also a member of our 100 Most Powerful Women. So it was so great to hear you talk, Ingrid. That's the first time I've had the chance and the pleasure to be able to hear you speak. You were fantastic. Way to go.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Thank you.
So I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Cherise Irby. Cherise, if you want to turn on your sound and video. There she is, the one and only. How are you, Cherise, and where are you joining us from today?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Woohoo! Beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Cherise, and then you can light up the house as you always do. So for 30 years, Cherise L. Irby has been coaching, leading, teaching, ministering, and speaking into the lives of women and, well, a few good men in her community, her church, at conferences, on the job, in a parking lot, or wherever she feels tugging of her spirit. Her mission is to speak next level success into the lives of those within her sphere of influence. She has a unique way of getting your attention and speaking to your heart. Cherise is a serial entrepreneur. She's the visionary founder of Go Tell It Communications and Publishing, LLC, the Phenomenal Women Empowerment Network with chapters in Phoenix, Arizona, and Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Las Vegas, Nevada, which hosts the annual Phenomenal Women's Empowerment Conference. Co-founder, COO of Carrie's Essentials, has authored 2 powerful inspirational books with a 3rd on the way. Cherise is a mother of 2 sons, the Glamma, to 6 beautiful glam babies, and is also a licensed minister and life coach through the School of Leadership Development with Grace Commission International, and serves on the ministerial staff at Family and Faith Christian Church. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Cherise Irby.
Thank you so much, Charla. I appreciate the opportunity. It is always absolutely amazing when I can be in the same space as you and all of you fearless phenoms that are on here today. On April 7th, 2019, I had the privilege of opening my eyes in the comfortable, very comfortable 5-star bed in Dubai. Now, why is this date such an important date? Because on that day, I turned 50 years old. Why is that so important? Because I didn't think I would live to see that day. My mother passed away when she was 50. Her biological mother passed away when she was 50. And I had allowed the enemy to make me believe that I would not see my 50th birthday, that it was a generational curse that was following me and I wouldn't live to see 50. And so here I was waking up in Dubai, celebrating my 50th birthday, which I never thought would even come to pass. We had a wonderful day planned, sightseeing, doing all the touristy things that you do in Dubai. And we started out on our adventures. And lo and behold, I went to take a step. I don't know what happened, you all, but my knee just crumbled. Chalk it up to turning 50. I don't know. And so I don't know what happened, but my knee crumbled beneath me and I couldn't walk. I was in a lot of pain. It was absolutely just a fiasco. And here I am in Dubai. So we go on with the day. I put on a brave face. I showed up. We went through the day, had an amazing time, even though I was in pain and couldn't walk. Those in the group with me had to help hold me up. I had one under each arm as we went through the day. We got back to our 5-star hotel. Here's the benefit of staying in a 5-star hotel. They had crutches. So they were able to loan me crutches. I was able to use those crutches to get around. And so we finished the trip. When we hit the airport, I had to get a wheelchair. They had to take me through the airport in the wheelchair. Now, here's the thing about it, you all. I travel. I have a demanding schedule. So this happens on April 7th. May, I had my annual conference for the Phenomenal Woman Empowerment Network. And then I had engagements. I was flying to Columbus, Ohio, and Little Rock, Arkansas, Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Dominican Republic. I had like this full schedule that I had going on. Who had time for a knee injury? Who had time to be in pain? Who had time to be sidelined? Not this phenom. And so I was like, man, what's going on? So I forged ahead, and we had our annual event in May. And then I started this grueling travel schedule. And I was sitting in the airport during a layover in Denver, Colorado. And I thought to myself, Sharice, why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you continuing to go on all of these trips? Nobody would blame you if you had to cancel your itinerary because of what you're going through. Nobody would blame you. You're in pain, you can't walk, you have to have assistance, you got all this stuff going on. And in that moment, I heard the voice of the Lord say that there's power in the show up. The reason why you continue to forge ahead is because there's power in showing up. When we show up, there is incredible things that take place when we show up. See, they used to say that showing up was 80% of your success, but in actuality, the needle has moved. Showing up is 90% of your success. Just showing up. Showing up can lead to success because it enables your ability to reach your full potential. There is power in the show up. And so let's talk about that power. Let's talk about the power in the show up. So when we talk about power, we talk about the P. The P is pressing. When you press, it's an action of applying pressure. In order to show up, ladies, you got to press your way. There's times that you're not going to feel like showing up. There's times that your attitude is going to be bad. It's not going to be appropriate, but you got to press your way. You got to press through the attitudes. You got to press through the situations and the circumstances. You got to press through the noise. Somebody ought to hear me right through here. You got to press. So if I have any Bible readers, I know that you know about the woman with the issue of blood. And so here's this woman who had been sick for years, not hours, not minutes, not days, not months, years. She had been sick with this issue of blood. She had exhausted all of her finances. She spent all this money trying to get healed, trying to find a cure to what ailed her. And then she heard about a man named Jesus and heard that he was going to be in her place. Now, I'm Sharice-izing it now. I know you know the scripture. And so she thought, if I could just press my way and touch the hem of his garment, I'll be made whole. And so she made up in her mind that she was going to show up on that day and she was going to press her way. Now, I use my Holy Ghost imagination and I can see this woman and the crowds of people, and she's looking at all these people who have come from everywhere, all walks of life, and she's thinking, these people are standing between me and my healing, but I'm determined to get my healing. There is nothing that's going to stop me from pressing my way to touch the hem of Jesus so that I can be made whole. And I can see her kind of moving through the waves of people, and I can see people giving her the side eye. No, she didn't. Who does she think she is? I've been camping out here for weeks trying to see this man. How dare she push past me? I could see people giving her a hard time. But you all, she knew that she had to show up that day. She had to get what was hers. And in order to do that, she was going to have to press her way. In order for you to manifest and in order for you to get the level of success that you desire, that you need, that you deserve, that you've been praying for, you're going to have to press your way. Now, I know that many of you, you've already come through lots of situations and circumstances, and you've already come through a lot of difficulties. But see, I'm a next level success coach. And in order to get to your next level, hear me, in order to get to your next level, you're going to have to press. You're going to have to apply some pressure to break through to get to your next level. So the P in power stands for press. Then the O, we have an O, and the O stands for on purpose. When you are on purpose, your purpose guides your life decisions. It influences your behavior, it shapes your goals, and it offers a sense of direction. When you are on purpose, your purpose brings you clarity. When you're on purpose, you don't have time for the nonsense. You don't have time for the stupid stuff. I want to say that loud for the people in the back so you can hear me. When you are on purpose, you do not have time for the stupid stuff. You don't have time for anything that's standing between you and what God has for you. You're on purpose, and that purpose, it guides your goals. It guides your footsteps. It's a light post for you. When you're on purpose, you know exactly where you need to be. When you're on purpose, God has already told you what your mandate is. He's already given you the vision. He's already allowed you to birth this very thing. So now when anything comes your way, only thing you have to do is say, does this align with my purpose? If it aligns with my purpose, yes, and I'm on board. If it does not align with my purpose, then the answer is no, and I'm out of here. When people come your way, are they aligning with your purpose? Are they coming against your purpose? The P is pressing. The O is on purpose. Now we got the W. We talked about this a little earlier today. The W is with intention. With intention. And that's an act or an instance of determining mentally upon some action or result. When you decide to show up, you do so with intention. It's not by happenstance. It's not by accident. You intentionally show up for you. You intentionally show up for your family. You intentionally show up for your business, for your career. You intentionally show up for your spiritual well-being. You are with intention. Now, I have people who ask me all the time, Sharice, you're in demand. People are always asking me to attend their events. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. In non-pandemic times, we have tons of events that are taking place. On any given weekend, it's easy for 20, 30, 40 events to be taking place. And I get invitations to them all, whether I'm on the platform or whether they're asking me to show up because of my influence. How do you decide where you show up? How do you decide where you go? It's simple. I'm intentional. I'm intentional when I show up. I'm looking at who's on the platform, and what do I need to get from those individuals on the platform? That's number one. Number two, I'm looking at who's in the audience, who's in the room. That's important. It's important to what I do. It's important for my mandate that's on my life. And so it's important to me to who's in the room. Third is, what do I have to offer those in the room? Whether I'm on the platform or whether I'm sitting in the audience, I still bring all of God's, all of his goodness, I still bring. I'm bringing my gifts when I step into that room. So is this a room that I can impact just by showing up? And I start asking myself those questions. And if the answer is yes, that's where I need to be. But it becomes easy, because not every room is for me. And I'm okay with that. I'm so good with that. I want to show up in the places where I'm most needed. I want to show up in the places where I can be sharpened. How many of you know iron sharpens iron? Okay. And so when I start going through and asking these questions, it becomes very clear where I need to be. And I go forth with intention. How are you intentionally showing up? Whether it's for you, whether it's for those around you, how are you showing up with intention in your life? Now, here's the interactive part. You all, what's the P? I need you to type it in. What does the P stand for? I need to make sure you're getting me. What does the P stand for? Because I got to get ready to wrap up in just a few minutes. What is that? I see it. Pressing. What does the O stand for? Empower. What does the O stand for? Type it in, type it in, type it in. I see you all. I see you, phenoms. The O. What does the O stand for? On purpose. And what does the W stand for? I see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With intention. And now, look, one of my favorite, the E. The E, empower, stands for execute, to carry out your accomplishments. Execution. It is so important. Look, my personal goal for 2021 is to be focused, to execute, and to dominate. Execution is everything. When you show up, it's not enough to show up, although showing up is 90%, but then you got to be prepared to execute on that which you received. So many of you, you showed up today live on this summit, or you're showing up because you're watching the replay. You're showing up. Now, my challenge to you is, what are you taking away? You can't take away everything, but my prayer is that you were intentional today and you came knowing that there's 2, maybe 3 things that you needed. And as you've received those things on today, you should already be formulating your plan on how you're going to execute. How you're going to execute when Charlotte pushes leave and this summit ends. How are you going to take what you receive from this and then execute afterwards as you forge ahead towards your success? Execution is everything. Execution is what's going to allow you to get to the next level, because a lot of people make a lot of goals. They set out a lot of plans. They dream big. And we talk about that. I'm a proponent of dreaming big, okay? And we make our beautiful vision boards and we do all of these things. But you have just wasted time if you don't execute. It's all about execution. You can have a dream. You can have a vision. You can have a vision board. But if you don't execute, it's all for naught. And so what's your plan of execution? That's part of the power of showing up. When you show up, you get the download, you get sharpened, you get clarity as you move towards your success. So what's the P? Type it on in, because we're still being interactive. I want to make sure that we, look, if nothing else, you will remember the power in showing up. So P is pressing. O, what's the O? O is on purpose. W, what's our W? Our W is with intention. What's our E? What's our E? Our E is execute. And that brings us to our R. Our R is resilience, the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties and toughness. Resilience, when you show up, look, when you've had to press your way, when you've been on power, when you've been on purpose, when you've been with intention, and you're all about executing, that builds your resilience. Showing up builds your resilience. Let me tell this quick story. Growing up, I was a single parent. I had 2 boys. I was a single parent. And I had to work, right? It was just me taking care of my boys. And so there would be times my boys would wake up and they didn't feel good and they wanted to stay home from school. But look, I didn't have a babysitter. You need to go to school. And so what I started doing out of necessity is sending them to school anyway. And I would tell them by lunchtime, after lunch, if you don't feel good, have the school call me and I'll come get you. If you're still feeling bad, I'll come get you. You all, out of 12 years for each one of them, I can count on one hand with a couple fingers down how many times I had to go pick them up. Because once they got to school, once they showed up, once they got around their friends, once they had lunch, they forgot about their situations and circumstances, right? And they went on with their day. They were successful because they showed up. Okay, it built their resiliency. As men, as grown men, right now today, they're still hard workers. They show up for their families. They show up in business. They show up in the workplace. And I like to believe that's because I taught them resilience when they were young, because I didn't allow them to bow out. They had to show up. It was a principle in our household to show up. And today I want to share with you that it's a principle. I know that showing up, a lot of people consider it an attribute. I consider it a principle. When you show up, you glow up, and it's 90% of your success. So when I leave here today, I want to leave you with this. There is power in the show up. And as I'm closing, I want you to type it in. What's the P? What's the O, the W, the E, and the R? I want to see you all rapid fire type it in. There's power in the show up. I want you to understand that when you show up for yourself, when you show up for your family, your community, when you show up for your business, success is inevitable. You're going to have to press your way. You're going to have to be on purpose with intention. You got to know how to execute, and it's going to build your resilience. That is the perfect recipe for success. I'm Sharice L. Irby. I'm your next level success coach. I am so happy to offer this opportunity on this Monday, Monday's the 23rd. I'm going to offer some laser coaching. I have an event page that's set up on my website, ShariceLIrby.com. I'll make sure that I type it in the chat, ShariceLIrby.com. First 10 people, because I'm going to do some laser coaching, so we can only take 10. It's open right now. You're going to have to register. But on Monday, I'm going to do some laser coaching to help you with your power of showing up so that you can show up. So it's going to be the afterglow from today's summit. So go on over to ShariceLIrby.com, get signed up. We're going to do some laser coaching. You'll know how to connect with me. My mandate, the mandate on my life, is to meet women right where they are and help them get to their next level of success. That is different for each and every one of us, but my job is to help you, meet you where you are, and help you get to your next level of success. Charlotte, thank you so much. It's my time. I don't want to go over because you know I can talk and make that happen, so I'm going to stop right now. I appreciate you so much for this platform and your generosity of bringing women together so that they too can reach their next level of success. Blessings.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Sharice. She's going to share those links. We always love your energy, Sharice. So thanks so much for sharing with us today. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker, Stephanie Parham. Stephanie, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
Hello. Great. How are you?
Fabulous. And where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining from Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, gosh, we're getting around today, I tell you. Well, I'm going to introduce Stephanie, and she is going to take it away. So coming to you from Cleveland, Ohio, is an energetic speaker who uses the power of faith, creativity, and self-reflection to promote change in women. Stephanie Parham is an author, public speaker, and a speech-language pathologist. Yet her story is summarized as one of an overcomer. She shamelessly acknowledges that the power of God enabled her to survive depression, low self-esteem, oppression, fear, and most recently, COVID-19. She has practiced speech therapy for the past 27 years, spoken for radio, virtual, and live audiences, and started her own trading and professional development company. Stephanie lives to inspire others by sharing the story of her life-changing journey. So prepare to see yourself differently as you're equipped through faith, wittiness, and fun. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Stephanie Parham.
Hello, everybody. I am so excited to meet all of you fearless women. I just want to give a hand to all of the phenomenal women that spoke before me. This has been incredible. I really do think that we've all been blessed by all of the information that was shared. I took some notes here today, but I just want to tell everybody, I want you to put down your pencils, put down your pens, relax for a second, because I need you to interact with me, because this conversation, you already know, is brief, okay? I'm timing myself. But the funny thing is, me speaking on a Fearless Women's Summit panel is hilarious all by itself. But I can't tell you why just now. I'll get back to that in a little bit, because I have something more important to share with you. So I discovered something about myself. And when I discovered it, I realized that it really wasn't for just me. I had to come to this summit to share it with you as well. Let me tell you, I'm going to begin with a disclaimer, okay? And I want everybody to get ready and just type with me. So Sharice, Ingrid, Ashley, Charlene, Sharon, Jackie, Christine, Pia, Danielle, everybody join me, will you please? And just type in the chat the truth, which is recently, like in the past 30 days, we've all encountered some sort of storm, right? So just, if you would in the chat, just say, was it a financial storm, a physical storm, an emotional storm, a storm with our children, a storm in a relationship? Just join me and just say, yep, I've been through a storm within the past 30 days. You know, we've had to respond. Thank you, Melissa. She said it's physical and financial. Oh my goodness. We're always, especially us as women, you know, we're always saying, oh, sister, oh, friend, oh, mom, oh, dad. Oh, we've been responding to storm after storm after storm. So remember I said I learned something about myself, and I was so committed that I had to come here today to share it with you. Here it goes. What I have to say to you, I'm after this disclaimer we've all made. Thank you so much, everybody. Sharisa, not in the past 30 days, but definitely in the past. Yes. What I have to share with you, remember, is a disclaimer. We've been through storms. We've been responding to storms. But the one thing I want to give you now is a promise. So as I'm speaking today, I promise that I'm going to help you change the narrative so that you can stop responding to storms. Even emotional typhoons, Mary. Yes, stop responding to storms, because the truth is, you are the storm. I'll just give you a couple seconds to let that sink in. You, my dear sisters, my dear new friends, are the storm. And I'm going to help you understand that, because remember I said that was a promise. And the key is, you know, if you make a promise, you should back it up, right? If I'm telling you, I promise that we're going to change the narrative and you're going to digest the fact that you're the storm, that means I have backup. So what's my backup? Here it is. You've never heard this one. My backup proof is I am a boy mom. That makes me certified in what I'm getting ready to tell you. I'm a boy mom. And in this case, I'm not even the boy mom of multiple boys. I just have one. But it certifies me to be able to tell you that you are the storm, simply because of this one reason. You ready? As a boy mom, I don't know about any other boy moms out there. You can type in the chat if you understand. I have had years upon years of watching Marvel comics, sci-fi movies, with enough experience now to be able to tell you that I found someone who carries the same characteristics that I do. And so if I carried the same characteristics as a Marvel comic superhero, please don't leave me and stay with me, then it means that you do too. I'm not isolated. I just happened to find this out, and that's why I'm sharing it with you. Watch this. I'm watching, Warrior Princess, okay. I'm watching Marvel comics with my son, and I was introduced to a character called Storm. So as I began to study this Storm character, I found out that she carried a power that was a little bit more unique than some of the other superheroes that I'd grown up watching. You know, I saw Wonder Woman with her lasso and what she could do. She could stop someone, but when I saw Storm, I could relate to her a little bit more because me and a lasso doesn't really sound like success. But watch this. Storm had many different qualities, but her most unique quality was her ability to manipulate the weather. I know, Stephanie, you are so far-fetched. Why would you come to a Fearless Women's Summit to tell women that they're the storm and relate them to a superhero character? I'm not done. Stay tuned. When I say she carried a unique ability, she carried the ability to do a lot of things. But when I say she could manipulate the weather, let's translate that so that it relates to us, me and you. That means we carry the unique ability, ladies, to change the temperature of a room. I know this isn't your first time hearing that. Yeah, we have the ability to change the temperature of the room. And I'm just going to go. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I can only give you the Reader's Digest version of this. If you want more, we'll have to talk about that later. All right, so here we go. What storm carries, if you can remember, if you can think of just a regular old storm, okay? A storm, a typical storm, not the superhero. A typical storm usually does one of two things, all right? Remember, I live in Ohio. So the first thing that a storm does is it causes things to shift, right? It's like here in Ohio, if there's a snowstorm, you can wake up the next day and the wind has blown and all the snow that you moved from the driveway is back in the driveway, all right? That's the first quality. The second quality of a storm is a storm can destroy, right? Some of you who live closer to the water, the shoreline, you've experienced storms where the water has overtaken your very area where you live and done what? Destroyed property. So just imagine this character Storm did just that. She knew that when she showed up on the scene, her unique ability was, something's not right here. I need to use my storm to cause a change, right? Her unique ability, or here today with us, unique influence. Oh yeah, that's us. We carry unique influence. And today I'm calling it your storm because you've got to realize that you too have the ability to shift, right? Or destroy. Either one. All right. I'm going to run out of time and I could go on and on and on, but I'll use myself and I'll use a personal example to give you a real life view of what I'm talking about. All right. The first is, remember, I'm talking to the shifters, all right? So if you're a shifter, you think that what you possess, it has the ability to shift the atmosphere, go ahead and type it in the chat. What it means is this. If I'm sitting at the table in school, Charlotte told you I'm a speech language pathologist, it means that I can sit at the table with a group of professionals. We're typically there to discuss a student. And when we're there talking about students, sometimes the information that we share is very difficult for a parent to hear. So imagine you in a personal environment where it's difficult to share information. Well, I have one colleague that I depend on, and we're always at the table together. And when we're there together, she's usually leading the meeting because that's her role. But when the table becomes too difficult, when the conversation is too difficult for the parent, and we feel like the environment needs to change, she gives me the look, all right? What's the look? The look is experience of 6 years working together and being able to say, are you ready? Stephanie, are you ready? What am I ready to do? Use my verbal storm. That was my own personal discovery. That's why I had to make it here today, is to share with you that I discovered that my storm is verbal. So what does that mean? If the conversation is difficult, it means that I can add to the conversation. When she's done, she'll say, it's time for Mrs. Parham to share. And my words can say, shh. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to tell you something really positive about Johnny. Oh, I know we've had a lot of things to say, but I have to tell you this really funny story. Do you see that? Do you see how that had the power to make the parent laugh and lift the heaviness in the environment? Sometimes we are too hard on ourselves and we don't realize that sometimes it's a verbal storm that can shift the atmosphere. Now listen, I said I'm talking to the shifters, but now let me talk to the destroyers, because I actually have to exist in both capacities. So at the same table, in my work environment, when the table becomes too heated, and hey, sometimes colleagues are in dissension, and sometimes we can't figure out why in the world are they discussed? Why are they talking to each other in such a manner? Same colleague gives me the look. I give her the look back to let her know that I'm ready. And what do? I use my verbal storm to destroy what's going on. Hey, ladies, gentlemen, I think we've got to remember that we are a work family here, and we've got to respect each other. And there's something else we need to talk about rather than where we're going right now. Do you see that? Some of us have the ability to do that because we carry a verbal storm. But what if you're a shifter and you say, Stephanie, I work from home, I'm a homemaker. I know. Maybe your unique gift is that you are a baker extraordinaire. Yes, you. And you don't think baking is your storm, but it is. Because when you walk into the room and you're at a family gathering and everybody's arguing, I don't know about you, at least one side of the family has that, right? And when everybody's arguing and doing this, when you walk down the hallway and people say, what is that? Your storm, your cooking storm, changes the whole environment. Nobody's arguing when they smell your apple pie, your baked bread, your red velvet cupcakes. We don't argue when my mother walks into the room and she's baked her famous banana cake. She shifts. The whole atmosphere changes. So you have to be uniquely you and understand that your storm changes the temperature of the room. And when you use it correctly, what I found out is it works at home, it works in your work environment, and in your social environments. So why is that important? Why is it important for me to discover that I'm a storm rather than continue to respond to storms? It's simple. I was a woman who was overwhelmed, overcome, and inundated with fear. That's why, remember I told you earlier, I was going to refer back and tell you why it was so important. It was so hilarious that I'm speaking at a Fearless Women's Conference, because I couldn't do anything because of the spirit of fear. And while I realized that God has not given that spirit to me, I still operated there for years to the point that it was paralyzing. Well, last year brought on a newfound energy. After I realized that I had survived COVID-19, I realized that, listen, ladies, when you're alive and you're functioning, when I sat in the bed and looked at the television and saw the numbers rising every day and realized that that same deadly virus was active in my body and the only one who was healing me was my God in heaven, come on. You've got to minimize fear and say, you're still here for a reason. You're surviving the very pandemic that they're talking about on the television. Oh, that doesn't include the shame, the depression, the oppression, and all of the other essions that I've survived over the years, right? I'm just telling you that at some point, I had to come to the place where I realized that all of the things that I endured created this kind of perfect storm, so to speak. So watch this. I want you to think about this for yourselves, ladies. What is your unique storm? Because this one thing is true. And if you don't remember anything else I say to you today, know this. Your unique influence is caused by the temperature changes that are specific to you. I'm going to say it again. Your unique influence is caused by the temperature changes that are specific to you. My temperature changes aren't yours. Your temperature changes aren't mine, but they're crucial. And no matter where you live on this planet, if you're watching live now, if you're watching later on, if you're watching from Australia, Ohio, Nebraska, guess what? I have to occupy this space in Ohio and use my verbal storm in the way that God called me to. That's my influence in the world. But guess what? Ashley's influence in the world is she's teaching people to write books. So that's her storm. She's a writer's storm. Come on, you can add whatever you need to add, but I want you to walk away immediately knowing I went to this conference and I can immediately use these words that God gave Stephanie to share with me. I told you, being a boy mom was beneficial, right? Because I found out this secret tool about storm that really exists in each and every one of us. Oh my gosh, if you could see what happens at school, if you could really see how we're able to change the temperature at the table, we actually have one woman that I call Quiet Storm. And Quiet Storm doesn't really say much. So that when we're at the table and she begins to speak, everybody hushes. Because we know what she has to say is so valuable. Do you see that? She can shift the room, even in her quiet nature. So figure out, ladies, and my challenge to you is figure out, what kind of storm are you? What is it that you do? What's your unique influence? When you come, are you a shifter? Or are you a destroyer? Or ladies, are you both? Are you going to shift and destroy? Remember, it doesn't mean anything horrible when you shift. It doesn't mean anything horrible when you destroy. Some things have to be torn down, right? But just remember this one thing. It is so crucial that you're aware of who you are and whose you are, because God did not place you uniquely upon this planet to occupy and be somebody else's storm. Occupy your space and be the storm He called you to be. Because when you do, imagine the women, imagine the children, imagine the people who are changed by your unique storm. Don't respond anymore to the storm. Remember, you are the storm, okay? So if you walk away today, just remember that one thing. If you don't remember anything else, just remember the crazy lady with the white hair, just like Storm the character, just reminded you today that you are the storm. Now, let me tell you, there are two things I want you to do. We can reconnect again. We can reconnect again on my website. It's www.stephparham.com. I'm going to put it in the chat. And there are a couple of ways that you can connect with me again. The first is I have been blessed to be a contributing author to a brand new book, and it's entitled Trusting God in the Unknown, Stories of Faith and Triumph. If you go to stephparham.com, there's a link there, takes you straight to Amazon. You can make a purchase. You won't regret reading our stories of success, of overcoming actually in 2020 during the pandemic. Oh my gosh. The second thing is, if you're interested in following up on this, the nuggets that I'm giving you, well, there's a conference coming up this fall. Yep. It's a storm conference. So if you're interested in receiving an invitation to that conference, or if you're interested in my next webinar, please, again, you can go right to the website, type that information in the contact form, and we will reach out to you. I'm so glad I had this opportunity to talk to you today. I'm so glad that I didn't have to keep all of this good information to myself. Listen, all of you storms, I look forward to seeing you occupying your space and being powerful women, doing what you've been called to do, to shift and destroy. I'm Stephanie Parham, and everything I do is supposed to take you back to you. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. That was fantastic. It was so great to hear you speak as well, because Stephanie's also part of our 100 Most Powerful Women. And it's so great to see some of these ladies, their talks for the very first time. So that was fantastic, Stephanie. You are the storm. Love it. So our next speaker is joining us from Australia. Pia, are you there? If you can turn on your sound and video.
Hello,
Hi.
Charlotte. Thank you so much for having me here.
Oh, well, thanks for
Stephanie,
being
I've got
here.
to say thank you for that storm. And I thought about it, and I'm fairly certain that my storm is my heartful wisdom. And that's what I'll be talking about today. But thank you. Thank you for having me here, Charlotte. Thank you
Well,
for
thanks for being here.
beautiful women listening and speaking. And I feel very privileged.
Well, we're privileged to have you, especially at what time is it in Australia?
It is now 4:33 in the morning, Australia time, Sunday.
Now that's a storm right there, you know, determined to get up at 4:30 in the morning to share her gifts, I tell you. And like I said, where are you in Australia, Pia?
I'm in Sydney, so
You're in-
East Coast.
Yes. So before the pandemic hit, I was on tour in Australia, New Zealand, and that's where we crossed paths. So I'm so happy to have Pia
Indeed.
on our global stage today and to be able to hear her fearless story today. So I'm going to introduce Pia and then she can take it away. So Pia Antico is the founder of Essential Awakening Mentoring, a joy reboot mentor, coach, trainer, speaker, and best-selling author. Pia is also a creative in a creative partnership with the charity More to Her Life, contributing a percentage of her sales and fees with the aim to inspire and support women to dream and build beyond domestic violence. Pia guides sacred crones to ditch their regrets, live unapologetically, age disgracefully, and quit being an unwilling bystander in their lives without getting stuck rehashing, analyzing, and reframing trauma stories. By embodying her unique 6-step Awaken the Joy Within framework, she wants to change the modern Western narrative about women and aging from a pathology needing a cure to a resurgence of the venerated matriarch wise woman. Pia holds 3 degrees in psychology, counseling training, and certification in the Inside Out paradigm. Additionally, she learned how to thrive after 2 toxic marriages and following an accident that left her with a life-altering brain injury, all while she raised a resilient, courageous, and creative daughter who has now stepped into her own light and soulful marriage. Please welcome the beautiful Pia Antico.
Thank you, everybody. Well, yes, that's me in a nutshell. I actually realized that my story is just a story, and that was actually something that is been so important in understanding where my happiness actually comes from. One of the things is that we aren't actually all those things. It's great listening to that story of my life, but I'm not actually those things. You are not a sum of all the events that have happened to you. You are not the things you tell yourself. Your true self, as we've been hearing through other wonderful speakers earlier on in the summit, we are far more than the stories. We are far more than the sum of the events. We are by nature spirit. We are connected to the universe and its radiance and its infinite abundance, its unconditional love. This is what we are by nature. And so knowing this flips the script completely on what happiness is and how to get it. Now, I would love to hear from you all. Who here has said things to themselves like, my partner is pissing me off, my kids are driving me crazy, or my job is frustrating me? We often say that the outside world, yeah, you've done that. I know I've done all of it. I can tell you that right now. And I can tell you, this was believing that the outside world totally says, oh, look, we're totally guilty with it. And that's okay. It's totally okay to have had this understanding that the outside world is what's causing us to feel stuff. But the truth is, it's not. The US Constitution has within it that we have a right to pursue happiness, a right to chase happiness, based on this misunderstanding that happiness is through what we do, what we get out there somewhere. And I'm here to tell you that happiness doesn't come from what you do. Happiness does not come from changing your life, having more or less of something. It doesn't come from changing partners. Happiness is actually already within you. And when we understand that happiness is already within us, then we don't actually have to do anything in order to find it. Now, I didn't know this early in my 40s when I'm 49 now. I didn't know this back then. And because I didn't know that back then, in between toxic marriage number 1 and toxic marriage number 2, because I didn't know that, I was frustrated. I was resentful of where I'd been. I had regrets. I had fears. I had a lot of self-doubt, and I didn't have much self-worth. And so what I did is I blew up the life that I had. I sold the house. I left the job. I moved countries. I married someone else. I completely changed who I was, my identity, what it was that I believed in and thought was me. I changed all that because I thought that if I changed all that, I would then have this happiness that I was trying to find that I didn't think that I had. Now, after toxic marriage number 2 and in life rebuild number 2, I left that marriage. I came back to Australia. I came back with no job. I had no money. I was homeless. I was sick. I'd had 2 miscarriages. And I carried with me the shame and the guilt of another toxic marriage. I had to mend fences with my, relationships with my family, and I had to rebuild my life. But the big difference between where I was before and where I am now is not that the circumstances are terribly different. I still have the ups and downs that everyone has in life, the insecurities that happen, the changes in circumstance and health, that's all there. But because I know now that happiness isn't from changing the outside world or changing my relationships, because I know now that I am already, by my default factory setting, happiness, I am joy, I am unconditional love, then it means that I get to show up in my wisdom, in the present moment. And I get to show up with confidence because I know that I don't have to think my way into creating a life. I just need to be present and open with a joyfulness and a curiosity to whatever's happening and respond. And what's beautiful when we do that is that when we respond like that, the people around us and the situation around us that we might be thinking is the problem, it opens up. They open up. They get to show up in their confidence as well. They get to show up in their radiant, unconditional love as well. And then we all get to respond spirit to spirit, as opposed to ego thinking to ego thinking. And it's when we get stuck in our stories in our head, that's where we get into trouble. That's where we fall off the path. That's where we lead ourselves in the wrong direction because we're following the fears. Our ego personal thinking is based on fear because it sees itself as separate from the truth of our spirit being, the being within us, the energetic being within us that connects us to the infinite universe. We are all one. We are all connected at a level beyond our thinking. Now, I realize that I actually forgot to turn my timer on. So I'm watching the timer as I'm talking to you. And I want to hear from you. Most people drive you bananas. Yes, Melissa. Well, here's the thing. I had a difficult, apart from the two toxic marriages, I actually had a difficult relationship with my dad. He's 85 now. And I've spent most of my life perceiving myself to have a difficult relationship with him. I saw him as being the source of my anxiety, one of the sources. I saw him as being unkind and controlling. I saw him as being not interested in who I was. I basically probably went and picked husbands based on that relationship that I had with him, probably in response and in rebellion too. But the thing is, even though he's who he is and he's doing what he's doing, as everyone out there is, as we ourselves do, if we get stuck in a story in our head and the story isn't positive, if we're responding from fear, and we're telling ourselves, well, it happened like this, and so it will be like that, or we don't have a good view of ourselves, then we end up responding to that story. We're not responding to the people or the situation directly. People are not making us feel anything except that we think it. Yes, it's a physical world. Absolutely. I was in 2 abusive marriages in all forms. Yes, when they were physically abusive, they physically hit me. Absolutely. There was a physical life out there and they were doing their thing. But what caused much of my suffering, or all of the suffering really, was not them as such, but my story that I told myself based on what they were doing. Largely, well, they were doing that because I wasn't good in some way. I believed the story they told of me that they had in their head. It fed my low self-esteem at that time. The truth of the matter is, they had some problem thinking. Their problem thinking was causing them to have problem emotions, and they were responding as they were choosing to respond. And that behavior was not appropriate, but it wasn't personal to me. It was directly a result of the story in their head. We all are doing this. We all get caught up in the story in our head and think that that story is real. And if we don't see other people doing that, then we take what they're doing personally. And then, yes, we think that they're causing us to feel stuff, but they're not. When we see that, and not just see it intellectually, but see it in our heart, when we feel it and live it, it is huge. It is huge, because I'm not saying for 1 minute that those abusive husbands were right in what they were doing. Absolutely not. None of this oppressive behavior out there, whatever it is, I'm not saying that it's excusable or okay. But what I am saying is that when we see that people are behaving problematically because of the story in their head, whatever that story is, then we can actually approach these problems in life with compassion, with a little bit of humility, with an openness to see what can come out from our wisdom. What has the universe got in store for us as a response? It means that we don't have this extra layer of suffering. You know, when we think that people are doing stuff or things are happening to us, when we think we have to change the people and change the situation in order to feel okay, this is that level of suffering that is, in fact, what's making us not happy. When we understand that we can be happy no matter what's going on, because that is in fact our innate state of well-being, then we find ourselves in a completely different situation to one of chasing happiness, because we are. Now, I want to leave you all, before I leave, I want to give you a little taste of what that inner happiness is, what that inner true self is. And it's a little short snippet of a guided meditation that I do with my clients. And it's called the True Self Meditation. So what I want you to do is to take a deep breath, close your eyes, get comfortable. Now I want you to go into your mind's eye, go into your mind, and I want you to bring up some past thinking, whatever it is, near past, distant past, whatever it is, just have some past thinking come into your mind. And I want you to bundle up that past. I want to imagine that you're boxing it up or wrapping it up, and that you're putting that past thinking down. It's down on the ground, it's away from you. And then what I want you to do is to come back into your mind, and I want you to take all the future thinking. Could be your to-do list, maybe what you're going to eat for lunch or dinner. And I want you to grab all that future thinking, and I want you to bundle it up, or wrap it up. And I want you to set it aside. I want you to put it down and away from you. Great. And then, now, I want you to come into your mind again. And I want you to take all that story of self, all those labels, big, small, old, young, rich, poor, whatever they are. And I want you to take all that story of self, and I want you to wrap all that up as well. I want you to put it down away from you. And so you've put down the past, and you've put down the future, and you've put down all that story of self. They're all bundled up and they're all away from you. I want you to bring yourself back into your mind again, into your mind's eye. And what's there? It's a space. Is it radiant? Is it gentle? Is it flowing? That space there is in fact your true self. You are not your past. You are not the future thinking that you are having. You're not all those labels. Underneath all that conceptual thinking, that space there, that is your energetic self. And it is from that space, when you bring yourself into that space in the present moment, free of all that thinking, that's where the wisdom arises. And when we live in that space, in the present moment, we know without a doubt that the right answer comes along and that we get to respond moment to moment. And it's because of that, it's living in that space that we know that we don't have to chase happiness in our thoughts, and we don't have to look outside, because we are happiness. We are unconditional love, we're wisdom, we're radiance, we're all the stuff of the universe. This is what we are. And I want you to take that away. And I want you, the next time that you have any overthinking, I want you to be able to go back to that space and sit with it. And you can keep coming back to that space as many times as you want. Sit in there for as long as you want. There's an extended version of that guided meditation, which I'll put the link to, and you'll be able to do that meditation, download it. It's a 20-minute meditation, and along with that meditation is a 30-minute clarity session, as well as my true self clarity package offer, and I love it. Well, my gift to you aside from that is, as Charlotte said, I work with women over 40, and I have my aim, my mission in life is to have women over 40 tap into their sacred crone, wise woman wisdom, so that they can let go of all the regrets of a life of mistakes and actually step into their final phase of womanhood, living unapologetically, authentic, joyfully, and with fearless confidence. And I have a very popular masterclass that I want to give you free access to, and it's called Menopause, More Than Just Hot Flashes. And in that, I walk through how we can step into this final phase of womanhood beyond just the physical symptoms. It is in fact a sacred passage. It is a time in our life where we get to have set aside the caring of everybody else and actually now turn our attention inwards to our inner wisdom and give birth to other forms of creativity, other forms of life beyond that of children. So I invite any woman over 40 who's watching now or going to watch in replay to access this masterclass. There's other ways of working with me. I'll put my Linktree, Joy Reboot Mentor link in there, and there's multiple ways you can access me and work with me, either in a group context or in one-on-one coaching. So thank you so much. And I think that I caught everything in time. I hope that I was not running over.
Not at all, Pia, and way to go at a 4:30 a.m. delivery. You are a rock star, absolutely. So Pia's going to post those links in the
I will post those links, absolutely, doing that now.
Absolutely. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker, Danielle.
Absolutely wonderful. So I'm going to mute and turn myself off. Thank you.
Bye, Pia.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for listening.
Hi, Danielle. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
Fantastic. It's been such an inspiring day, and I know you're just going to keep things rolling with your amazing message. Where are you joining us from, Danielle?
Collingwood, Ontario.
Yeah, gosh, we've been all over the place today. We're going from Australia back to Canada. So I'm going to introduce Danielle and she can take it away. So Danielle Amos is a prosperity and success mindset coach and a certified consultant with the Proctor Gallagher Institute. She is currently a member of Bob Proctor's Inner Circle and holder of the Silver Pin Award of Excellence at the Institute. Top 10 coach worldwide. She is also a mother, a wife, inspirational speaker, and a social marketing entrepreneur. Danielle is mentored directly by Bob Proctor, the world's authority on mindset and human potential, featured in the movie The Secret. She is passionate about helping women step into their greatness, to have it all in their life, successful career, connected family, health and wealth, and confidence inside and out. Danielle works with companies of all sizes all over the world. Her list of clients includes successful leaders, entrepreneurs, lawyers, real estate agencies, insurance companies, world-renowned actors and artists, top athletes, and sales teams. Danielle facilitates a comprehensive mindset program called Thinking into Results with the Proctor Gallagher Institute. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Danielle Amos.
Thank you. Thank you, Charla, for this incredible event. Congratulations. And I want to say thank you to everyone listening today, and a congratulations to you for investing this time into yourself. I'd love to hear from you. Drop a 10, or maybe you're watching a recording and you can just drop a 10 if you are finding value today. Really acknowledge yourself. Put that in the chat. Here's the thing. Today, really, yeah, Tiffany, great. Today is all about you. And these speakers, I want to thank Pia for that incredible meditation. I feel calm and serene being here with you today. And yeah, good. Lots of 10s. So like Charlotte said, my name is Danielle Amos, and I'm a mindset coach. I specialize in confidence and money for women. I work with women who are underpaid and overworked and know that they're meant for more. So if that's you, listen closely, because today I'm talking about how to master your mindset. Did you know that 92% of people settle in life? 92% of people are settling. Their results are going up and down, and they settle for what they get. Is that you? Have you found that your results go up and down? And have you been settling? I'd like to stop that today for you by teaching you how to master your mindset. So are you in? So I teach from my own experience. Not too long ago, just a few years ago, I was over $100,000 in credit card debt. And I was frustrated. I had quit my corporate job to become an entrepreneur in sales. And I fell flat on my face. I assumed I'd go right to the top, just like I did in my corporate career, and that didn't happen. And I was spinning my wheels. I was working really hard, thinking that that was the way to success. And I was frustrated, and I wasn't a really nice person, to be honest. I was so worried about money and the debt that I found it hard to be present with my friends. I was short with my daughter, who's now 10, and with my husband as well. I'm not sure if you can relate. I knew that I was meant for more. And there was this time in my life when I declared it, that if it was going to be, it was up to me. And that's when I was introduced to Bob Proctor and his material. And within 6 months of understanding how the mind works, I actually tripled my income. And from there, I turned my yearly income into my monthly income. And what's so cool is not only have I done that for my own self, I've helped other women do the same, who also were frustrated, thinking that it was hard work that was going to bring them success. They've dropped the hustle, and I'd like you to do the math for yourself. What would life look like if you turned your yearly income into your monthly? You 12 times your income. What would you do with that? The most you've ever earned. What would you do that with that money? Let me take a moment to really think about that. See, I don't share this to impress you or to impress you at all. Instead, it's to impress upon you that if I can, you can. I had to learn to think this way. I had to learn to think a certain way to master my mindset, and my results shifted. So if you'd like to turn your yearly income into your monthly and then go on to earn millions, declare it. It starts with a decision that only you can make. So like I said, I had to learn to master my own mindset and learn to think this way, because this is not something that we're taught in schools. Success is 95% mindset and 5% strategy. I'm going to say that again. Your success is 95% about your mindset and only 5% about the strategy and what you're doing. Success is not based on where you come from or how hard you work or where you went to school. And the truth is, anyone can learn to think this way with a prosperity and abundance mindset. The first step is to take responsibility for your mind. And then we need to learn how to think. We have to learn how to master the dialogue that's going on up here. And Pia said it well, abundance is our birthright. It's available to all of us. The way to get there through thoughts won't be natural, not to most of us. And I'm going to tell you why. So we were all programmed as children between the ages of 0 and 7. Our subconscious mind was wide open. And the things that we heard most often with the most emotion became our programming. This is called your paradigm. And the people that loved us most, our parents, our caregivers, our teachers, they did the best they could, because you can't give what you don't have. They programmed us with their beliefs. And if you're like 97% of the population, those beliefs were strongly in lack and limitation. And I want you to think about this for yourself. What was going around your home between those ages for you? Now, if you're a parent like me, I freaked out when I heard this, but it's okay. I'm going to show you and teach you, give you some tools that you can actually share with your kids. See, we have a paradigm that was literally programmed into us. Just like my cell phone has a programming, you have a programming. And like I said, our caregivers, they did the best they could, because you can't give what you don't have. But what statements did you hear over and over about money, about business, about being an entrepreneur maybe, or a salesperson? For me, we get a knock on the door and I look out the window and there was a person with, like a guy with dictionaries or the encyclopedias. And my mom actually told us to hide. Then when I went to sell people, I thought that people were avoiding me. I heard money doesn't grow on trees. We can't afford that, Susan says. Be careful with that, right? I agree. So what did you hear most often and with the most emotion? That's literally been programmed into our mind. And what happens now as adults, most of our behavior, the way we speak, our actions is actually habitual. It's run by that paradigm. 96 to 97% of our actions, what we say, our thoughts, it's unconscious. It's habitual. The paradigm in the subconscious mind is literally running the show. And once you become aware that you do have a program, that you were programmed, that you do have a paradigm, it is your responsibility to change it. Are you ready to change it? Because if you do not change your paradigm, your results will go up and down. And this is what was happening to me. I'd have a great month in my sales business, and then the next month, nothing. I'd go back. And I see this time and time again with people in real estate or network marketing or other coaches, and they wonder why. It's frustrating. The results are temporary because they haven't gone to the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of our results is our thinking, not our actions. It's our thinking. And we need to go to what causes our habitual thinking, which is the paradigm, that programming that we received as children. And if we do not change that program, our results will be temporary and they'll go up and down. And that's where the frustration comes from. So a lot of us, or me, at least before I understood this, I thought my results came from my hard work, my actions. And so what I was doing as an entrepreneur, I just thought I had to work harder. And so I was working longer hours, spinning my wheels. Can you relate to this? And my results weren't shifting. They, a little bit, but not a lot. And this caused me to think that something was wrong with me and caused a lot of frustration. So if you were raised to believe that hard work was essential for you to win, Napoleon Hill says in Think and Grow Rich, perish the thought. It's not true. Your mind is like a thermostat. So just like we have a thermostat on the wall controlling the heat or the air conditioning in our home, your mind is like a thermostat and it has a setting. So I want you to think about it for your income. What's the most you've ever earned? Your mind will be set for that setting. And just like our thermostat in our house, if it's set for maybe 72, if you're in the US, and the door gets left open and it's a cold day, you don't have to do anything. The furnace automatically kicks in and brings the temperature of the room back to 72. Your mind does the same thing, only it's set at the paradigm. And you can tell where your mind is by your current results. Your current results are just results of past thinking. They're old news. So to change tomorrow's bank account balance, to change tomorrow's sales sheet, you must go in and change and master your mindset. So the first thing we do is we really get to understand what your goal is. What do you really want? You can be, do, and have anything. The only limitation is in your mind, in your own imagination. I encourage you to create a sea goal, a fantasy goal, something that you have never done before. The how is not up to you. I want you to think really, really big and become very, very clear. in what you want. And I encourage you to take pen to paper and write it out, because we think in pictures and writing causes you to think. Write out your goal in a statement that starts with, I'm so happy and grateful now that, present tense and positive words, 1 or 2 sentences, and carry your goal with you everywhere you go and look at it often. This goal now is something that you have in your conscious mind. The next step is for us to bring it into your subconscious mind. And we do that through emotion and feeling, getting emotionally involved with your goal. What happens is we bring that into the subconscious mind through emotion. We feel who you are with that goal achieved, and you visualize, and you can use a meditation or a visualization to help you. And over time, through repetition, it will go into your subconscious mind. And then what happens when you start to act in accordance to this goal, you go and take action on the business and the life that you've dreamt about. Has anyone been stopped by fear, doubt, worry? Well, what happens is we get emotionally involved with our goal, and that is exactly where the paradigm is, the programming, and they fight. Fear, doubt, and worry sets in because it's the paradigm's job to keep you safe. It doesn't want you to grow. Shows up in anxiety in the body. So if you've had this happen, it's because your paradigm is what's stopping you. This is why we know what to do to reach our goals, but we don't do it. We're stopped literally by the paradigm. So we must change that paradigm in order for your goal to grow. And your subconscious mind is like a garden. You'll plant the seeds of your goal. You'll remove the weeds of the paradigm. And you'll just need to learn to think this way. And that's where I'd like to help you. Once you learn to do this, you'll drastically improve your results. Tiffany, one of my clients, she was earning about $20,000 a month in insurance. And within 6 months, her monthly income was $95,000 a month. Kathleen started at $3,000 a month and went to $20,000 a month in her 8th week, so 2nd month of the program, and now earns millions. Samantha used this work for her health and her family. What is it that you want? If you resonate with this and you want support to go to the root cause and find out how to change your paradigm, I invite you to join me in a community that's free in Facebook called Mastering Your Mindset with Danielle. I'll share the link. I've also created Money Mantras Download. It's a download that you can get today. And it's my own personal affirmations, the auto suggestion that I used to affirm my subconscious mind and my goal that took me the year that I went from the monthly income to the yearly income, and then went on to create millions. So it's a download that will give you exactly what to do. And there's videos that go along with it. So I'll put that into the chat as well. So I invite you to nourish the seeds of your goal. The how is not up to you. Become very, very clear. Remove the weeds of your mind and learn to master your mindset. And then teach this to your children, to your family, to your friends. Thank you for being here today. Expect abundance.
Thank you, Danielle. I kept clicking my video button and nothing was happening. So Danielle will share some links and information in the chat, how you can stay connected with her and get involved. And gosh, I'm sad to get to our last speaker. I can't believe how quickly the day went by. But Christine, if you want to turn on your sound and video, Christine's going to wrap up as our last speaker today.
Sound and video, did I get it?
There she is. Oh, now she's gone. There she is.
There I am.
And where are you joining us from today, Christine?
I'm joining you from Halifax, Nova Scotia. And it's wet and rainy. It's a good Saturday to be inside at a summit.
There you go. Yes, absolutely. So Christine's going to wrap things up for us today. So please welcome the amazing Christine Lutley from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Take it away, Christine.
Thanks, Charla. I want to thank all of the speakers who came before me. Unfortunately, you've destroyed what I was going to say because everybody has spoken about all of it. My first coach was Bob Proctor, and I met Bob way back in the 90s before The Secret, and from him I was able to leave my toxic marriage and move myself to Hawaii. I got a job offer and a visa sponsor, and I managed to live there for 23 years. So I consider that all from the work I did with Bob. So that was the best dollars I ever spent in my life. I'm doing something quite different right now. I'm working with women who have chronic pain and fibromyalgia. And the reason I'm doing that is that even though I was in Hawaii doing what I love, I did have an experience that shook my world. And I didn't quite know why. Anyway, I ended up anxious, depressed, and in severe pain. So I was eventually diagnosed with fibromyalgia. It stopped me in my tracks, and I was work disabled from it for 20 years. And I am in the grandma in the group today. I am 68, and I am feeling ever so much better now than I did when I crashed at 44. So I lost the what should have been the most productive years of my career to illness. And the problem with chronic pain and fibromyalgia is that it's deemed to be incurable. Medicine tells us that there's nothing that they can do. It's incurable, and we're stuck with it. There's, because of that, a lot of negativity around it with doctors, with healthcare providers, with anybody who is dealing with the problems. And so there's just this weight of, we're never going to get better. It's going to get worse. There's all kinds of misinformation. And because of all that stuff that's happening, we forget who we really are. And that's the message that has been repeated here so many times today, is that we are spiritual beings and we have power. And in the case of people in chronic pain, and especially fibromyalgia, we've given our power away to our doctors because, again, we've been conditioned that they're the ones who deal with health problems, and health problems are supposed to be cured. And normally we expect, a pill or some kind of a treatment that's just going to make things go away and do that quickly. Well, unfortunately, that's not the reality of chronic pain, chronic fatigue, any of those illnesses. And I managed finally to get well, and I documented all of the things that I did to accomplish that. And much of it being in Hawaii, I studied spirituality, psychology, and healing modalities. And so I was applying all kinds of different ones, and nothing was working. And I kept hearing all of these messages that fibromyalgia is the worst thing that could happen to you. And yet you hear that on the one side, and yet other people would not believe that there's really anything wrong with you, that it's in your head. And my answer to them is, no, the problem is not in our heads. We feel this in our bodies. It's definitely not in our heads. However, we can use our heads to work our way out of it. And as everyone else has said today, mindset is so, so important in doing this. We need to get at the limiting conditioned beliefs that we absorbed in the first 7 years of our lives. And in my particular instance, what happened to me, and the reason I had so many ups and downs in my life, is that I was sexually abused when I was only 4. And I dissociated, so I didn't know it. My abuser, when I finally recalled the information with EMDR when I was no, I was 60 at the time that I recalled that. So it took me 56 years to find out what happened to me. And it was disgusting. So we're not going there. But the fact is, it jolted me enough that it affected all of my life, even though I had no idea that it happened. It just was not in my consciousness. However, it was all through my body. And every time I would have an unpleasant sexual experience, whether it was sexual harassment at work, or difficulty. I was in an abusive marriage, so that pushed those buttons. But the last button that was pushed was because of just a simple sexual harassment. It wasn't that bad, but it was the button. It was like, you're not taking this anymore. Like my soul just said, that's it, enough. We're not escaping for this anymore. You've got to stop. And it stopped me by making me sick. And so what we don't pay attention to is that there are a lot of traumas, a lot of conditioned stuff that's in there that we're totally unaware of. So it's not that it matters that you remember a trauma, but when these traumas happen, we form all kinds of beliefs about ourselves because of them. And so I learned to believe that there was something wrong with me, because he told me to be quiet, to not tell my parents because they would be mad. At 4 years old, the only assumption I could make was that they would be mad at me. It didn't occur to me that they would be mad at anyone else. So I took that with me, and it lived in my body and made me sick. And the problem is, it is happening with millions of women around the world. And it's a huge problem. It's not curable through medicine, but we can learn to heal ourselves. We need to face what has happened to us and go through a process where we grieve our losses, where we deal with our fears, where we create these dreams. The dream that Bob Proctor, the method that he taught is the exact method that I use in my training to help women to make a dream and reinforce it daily with visualization and emotion, so that it's giving you something to live for while you're processing through creating healthy new habits, becoming more connected with your spirit. While we're doing all of this work, it's happening while we're in parallel working towards our dream. So it's a very effective system. It took years before I figured it out, but when I did, it just clicked. And within months, my energy was back full, and I was going from sleeping more hours a day than I was awake to being perfectly able to spend 16 hours working and productive and feeling good. So what I want to tell people who are in pain, who are suffering, who are miserable, who are feeling that they need, that they only wish that people would listen to them, that there are people out here who do understand what you're going through. And there are things that you can do to get better, whether or not medicine ever comes up with a cure, because we don't need a cure because we're not broken. We just need to reprogram ourselves to be healthy and whole, to be happy. We need to understand that all of that is in us, in the spirit. And my program has a 4-body system that says that in order to have this earthly experience, our spirit needs to have a physical body, a conscious mind, a subconscious mind, and an energetic body. And there's approaches that I take that help to work on each of these levels. And there is, just know that there is something that can be done to help you end this horrible pain. You don't need to stay in constant fatigue. It's not your fault. It wasn't my fault. That doesn't change the fact that it happened and It shouldn't have, however, it did. We move on. I'm very grateful to be away from it. I'm very grateful to be in a place where I can now help others. And I invite you to come to my website, which is fibrocoach.online, and I'll put that in the chat, or contact me at my email, christine@christinelutley.com. I'll also put that in the chat. And just know there is hope. You do not have to be stuck with pain for the rest of your life. Whether other people tell you or do or not, the only thing that matters is what you believe in all of this. It doesn't matter what other people are telling you. It's your beliefs, it's your spirit. Bring all of it back to you. We tend to let parts of it evaporate to the different, we give it away. We give our power away. That in essence is giving our spirit away. Call it all back in, get strong and get better. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Charla. I thoroughly enjoyed the day. I was terrified to do this. This is the first time I've given a speech in over 25 years. And it was a little scary, and it's been a lot of fun.
You did a fantastic job, Christine. Thank you so much for sharing. And I want to thank all of our amazing speakers today for sharing their fearless stories. Weren't they all fantastic, ladies? I want to thank them all for, sharing their gifts in this world and inspiring each of us to do the same. I learned so much. I'm sure you did too. So, what I've learned for sure, and what I know for sure, is that everything we want is on the other side of fear. We just got to make that decision that we're not scared anymore. Best part is I can tell you, I can confidently tell you, is you're not alone. That's what One Woman was created for, is, we connect women right around the world, and we create the supports needed in order to help you get from wherever you are to wherever you want to be. And so stay connected with us, whether that's attending the next Fearless Summit in July, one of our live events, as the world opens up again, we'd love to see you in person. And all the other online things that we have going on. We have a lot of great things like One Woman Connected, where we have our One Woman meet and greets, where you can share what you're doing with other women right around the world. We have those at least once or twice a month. So join our e-newsletter, stay in the loop with everything that's going on. And most importantly, connect with the women that you heard from today. If something stirred in you, it's divine guidance. It's pointing you in the right direction. And all these ladies had so many great programs and things that you can stay connected. And as the great Martin Luther King said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase, just take the first step. And so maybe that's what today is about, is, somebody that you really resonated with, or maybe somebody you met on the chat today and that you're going to connect with, and who knows where it may go from there. So to wrap up, I'm going to leave things with one final video that I played at all of our live events last year, or no, the year before now, which I think really does wrap up the day. And I'm just going to share my screen. I'm going to share the sound because it has that on there as well. And it's from, play the slide. Oh, it's going to go through all my slides to get to the video I want to play from the one and only amazing Jim Carrey. So I'm going to play this for you to wrap up the day.
Fear is going to be a player in your life, but you get to decide how much. You can spend your whole life imagining ghosts, worrying about the pathway to the future, but all there will ever be is what's happening here, and the decisions we make in this moment, which are based in either love or fear. So many of us choose our path out of fear disguised as practicality. What we really want seems impossibly out of reach and ridiculous to expect, so we never dare to ask the universe for it. My father could have been a great comedian, but he didn't believe that that was possible for him. And so he made a conservative choice. Instead, he got a safe job as an accountant. And when I was 12 years old, he was let go from that safe job, and our family had to do whatever we could to survive. I learned many great lessons from my father, not the least of which was that you can fail at what you don't want, So you might as well take a chance on doing what you love. Because everything you gain in life will rot and fall apart, and all that will be left of you is what was in your heart. Look where I am. Look what I get to do. People present their best selves to me wherever I go. Who would I be if I said things that people didn't want to hear? Or if I defied their expectations of me? Your need for acceptance can make you invisible in this world. Don't let anything stand in the way of the light that shines through this form. Risk being seen in all of your glory. Because life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. As far as I can tell, it's just about letting the universe know what you want and working toward it while letting go of how it comes to pass. Your job is not to figure out how it's going to happen for you, but to open the door in your head. And when the door opens in real life, just walk through it. And don't worry if you miss your cue, because there's always doors opening. They keep opening. You will only ever have two choices, love or fear. Choose love, and don't ever let fear turn you against your playful heart.
Yes. So I think that wraps it up best. So I hope you enjoyed today's Fearless Women's Summit. Like I said, connect with the amazing women that you heard from today. And if there's anything you're looking for, if there's anything that is going on, some help that you need, feel free to reach out. You can always reach us at charlotte@onewoman.ca or through the contact button on our website, and I'll always point you in the right direction. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today, for being a part of our May World Summit, and for all the amazing women who spoke from right around the world. It's been a pleasure having you, and I wish everybody a fantastic weekend. If you happen to miss any of the talks today, you joined us a little bit late, I will be sending out this recording. So whether you're watched us live today or you're watching the recording, or if you joined us on Facebook Live, because we broadcasted live today, thank you so much for being here. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Charlotte.
My pleasure. You're welcome, Sharon.